Hey everyone! Look who's here! It's Mohera! So, hi everybody. Welcome to the first Pink Spots episode of 2021. Here we are. The year's already started off with a bang, looking like we're not going to get any relief from 2020. Today, as you can see, I have Mohera in the virtual studio. Mohera is my honorary daughter, all-around STEM badass, beautiful dancer, all kinds of amazing things that we'll talk about today. Longtime friend of the show. And today she's here to talk with me about her journey to decolonize STEM after realizing that STEM specifically, but also academia more broadly, promotes a lot of harmful capitalist values. She's going to talk about her experiences as a woman of color in a white male-dominated field, and also how colleges seem to be structured to groom students for corporate life rather than being geared more towards self-exploration and learning, which you would hope that an academic setting would provide, but it's not its top priority. So before we get started, Mohera and I wanted to put out some content warnings for topics that might come up today. We don't have this super scripted, so these may or may not come up, but this is what we thought of that could. So mental health disorders, especially anxiety, depression, imposter syndrome, possible suicidal ideation and self-harm, emotional, mental abuse, and disordered eating are topics that we may talk about today. And then also, of course, we're talking about systemic structural oppressive behaviors, so you have been warned. So with all of that out of the way, without further ado, I'm so proud. What a proud mother today. Mo, why don't you give us a quick overview of your background and let us know, you and I have been talking about this a lot off camera, which is why we're both here today. But just let the audience know, how you came to be so passionate about this topic. Like, what is your journey towards wanting to have this conversation today?
Yeah, so hi everybody. I'm so excited to be here. Thank you for all the comments. Everybody's being very nice. So yes, as Nicole mentioned, I am in STEM. So I'm a senior undergrad. I'm double majoring in chemical engineering and math. I am actually graduating this May. So I am super excited because I'm ready to get those degrees and peace out of here. Oof, it has been a long journey. So yes, I am very, very deeply involved in STEM, as you can imagine. And of course, most of you already know, but if you can't tell from the video, I am also very Indian. Both my parents are Indian immigrants. They came here from India. I was born here in the US. I was also born and raised in the South, and that is where I attend university. So I am a true Southerner. But just for some background, the university that I do attend here in the South, it is relatively small. So we have a population of about 10,000 students. So in the general scheme of colleges, that is like fairly small, especially like in the US. And also, even though I do attend a technically secular school, my university is very conservative and quite Christian. So you can imagine being a woman of color in STEM at a small Southern Christian conservative university, how that will heavily influence my lived experience. So obviously, I'm in a very unique situation in comparison to maybe other people who had attended some like dope badass like liberal arts school in like New York City, because that's definitely not my situation. um, and of course, obviously, just because I'm a college student, that doesn't make me necessarily qualified to talk about academia. But both of my parents are professors. They teach math, and I have grown up around that environment my entire life. And as somebody with a fairly diverse educational background, which I'll get into a little bit more later, basically, after 4.5 years of being in school, I've realized that throughout this time period, I essentially fell into this really unhealthy trap of basing my value off of being rewarded by this system of like academic corporatism in order to attain something I essentially call like resume points. And I'll kind of get into that a little bit more as we go on. But that's essentially the kind of main idea of what I'm hoping to touch on today and kind of what's inspired my journey through academia.
Beautiful. Thank you, Dimitri, in the comments. So I suppose we should, before we go on, define what STEM is. It's so funny because as a trainer and like an educator, you're not ever supposed to use acronyms, and yet I use them all the time. Anyway, so STEM is a curriculum based on the idea of educating students in four specific disciplines: science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, in an interdisciplinary and applied approach. So you can see that the field of STEM, you can see why it would tend to be a white male dominated space. And even when it is not a white person, like white or male person doing the work, there's still a lot of those ideals and values heavily reinforced in those spaces. So thank you, Dimitri, for that. All right, so before we really dig into this, I wanted to read. I went out on the gram and Facebook and asked people about their experiences regarding a question that Mohera, I'd asked her, is there anything you might want to know from the audience? I'm getting a lot of background noise. I don't know, did a fan just kick on or something?
Not on my end. I don't think
Okay,
everything
slowing
that's like been
down.
going on has been consistent. So
Okay. Well, let us know in the comments if it's too much. It seems like it went down. Okay. So Mohira wanted to know, what was normalized for you in college that you later realized was harmful or toxic? Um, and, overwhelmingly, workload, productivity, and stress were responses sent in by followers. So these are all paraphrased, but I wanted to read some of these out just to highlight how sort of universal a lot of these experiences are, and how much, like Mo said, I may not necessarily be someone who can speak on academia, but I think like this really highlights the trueness of everything she's going to talk about today, because it comes from people literally all over the world. So Davaman said complaining about workload to colleagues, friends, and professors was highly normalized. It took several faculty in the gender studies department to get us to recognize this was replicating toxic masculine behavior and to just stop and breathe instead. So I know that's something that I've talked about in the past on past episodes is, yeah, there's a lot of normalization in professional world as well of like constantly complaining about how stressed and overwhelmed you are. So this can start in college and be normalized there. Emmy Nicole said all-nighters all the time. My ADHD brain thrived in a sort of masochistic way in the competitive studio culture, but later I realized how fucked up it is to expect students to sacrifice physical and mental well-being for a degree. I see similarities in the design world where now companies make promises about being the fastest and cheapest option at the expense of their designers. It's about production, not art. I'm Not Jane said, stress culture is huge at my college. We have a workload that's impossible for 95% of the students to handle without sacrificing their physical and mental health. Countless people, including myself, have to take time off, transfer, or drop out, and the college doesn't see that as a problem. They see you as the problem if you can't handle 4 years of that. Carrie Joy 4 says, the expectation of unpaid labor, which I'm sure we'll touch on today, right? Yep, big snaps to that. I have a biology degree, but was a working parent while attending school, so couldn't do research, aka free work with professors, and also didn't have time for clubs, professional groups, etc. So even though I have the degree, I don't have the required experience to get a job in that field. And then lastly, Sophia said, I'm a biology major in Denmark where education is funded by the government. There's a required course called innovation where you must come up with a marketable idea that doesn't even need to relate to biology. We have to argue for the customer basis for the product and how we would market it. In order to graduate with honors, which is an elitist concept in and of itself, we have to partake in programs with companies in the city doing free labor to come up with new solutions for them, largely centered around sustainability, yes, but it's still free labor. Additionally, we're also continuously encouraged to make cooperative projects with companies, which means even more free labor, all to give us a better chance in the job market, fostering a competitive nature between students and adding to our workload. So again, I just want to go through those to show how universal these issues are. I think this touches on a lot of what Mohera is going to talk about today, and that how much like it shows that this kind of behavior and grooming is really built into the institutions and how they function and how they have relationships with businesses in the area to groom people to be workers for those companies. So Mohira, I know you have a lot to say about this. So why don't you just dig into, wherever you want to go with it, fine. But let's start with your experience around like capitalist, productive oriented rhetoric and how it impacted you personally and what revelations you've had as you become more and more anti-capitalist.
Yeah, so basically, I'll kind of start with sort of like my educational background. So, as I said, both of my parents, they are math instructors at university. My dad actually has his PhD in mechanical engineering, but he teaches math because he's a very passionate educator. And so, my entire life, I grew up with this really unique and fascinating way of tackling critical thinking, especially when it came to things like math and applied math subjects. And the way like my dad taught me, it helped me realize kind of, I guess, like the beauty of science and math, which I know for a lot of people, they're like, I fucking hate math, gross. But like, I really saw it in like this unique way. And it was because of the way my dad taught me. And so then going through the K through 12 education system, where you had fucking like standardized tests, you had, you know, like curriculum that was like mandatory, which had like no relevance, like subject material whatsoever. It honestly was just like a major shit show. And it would frustrate me so much going through school because I'd be like, you know, the way that the system is working, it's actually discouraging students from pursuing any kind of interest in STEM-based courses like whatsoever. And you know, like when I would see my math teachers teaching, I'd be like, no wonder nobody fucking understands what you're talking about. Like you're not like making any sense. You're like asking them to give you answers and not telling you how they came to it. And you're not showing them the beauty and the importance of any of this stuff. And so it was something that really enraged me for a long time. And, you know, that was kind of like my academic education. And then so I am actually a classical Indian dancer. I've been studying since I was 5. I'm 22, so I'll let the audience do the math there. But, you know, especially the great thing about like my studies is my dance teacher, who's also Indian American. So she's my guru, my teacher. She has this really unique way of helping us understand the context around our art form. So if you think about maybe like a ballet dancer, right? A lot of them don't really need to understand like the history of their dance or the meaning behind the music and things like that. Whereas for us, it's a very, very important part of our study. And so especially once I got into high school, I started learning a lot more about the theory of dance, the history, because, you know, India is a nation that has been colonized multiple times throughout history, and also just learning and understanding how that has impacted our art form, which is very unique from a perspective you see perhaps in like American history, right? And so understanding that, having a theoretical knowledge while also learning like the art form itself, it created like all these new mappings in my brain. And I just saw things and education as a whole like so differently, right? So for a long time, I thought of those as like two separate things, right? I never really thought one influenced the other. And, you know, for me, it's just like, well, I just love dance, so I do dance, and I love STEM, so I study STEM. But then once I got to college was when I kind of realized I was in a unique position to where I could essentially take both of these backgrounds that I have and combine them together, especially through like activism, right? That was when I really realized like, oh, I can actually make a connection between these two things. You know, and as like most people, like I got radicalized in college, you know, started off getting involved with like veganism, animal rights, things like that. Then of course, like understanding like intersectionality, all those things came into more of a social justice space. And then now I had this like bridge between my kind of two educations. But what ended up happening was I kind of ended up co-opting that in a way, like unintentionally, because of basically the pressure that academia puts on students. And I use that as a way to fuel myself in pursuit of building up my resume, right? Like getting all these talents, these skills, acquiring knowledge, all in order to have this really impressive, diverse resume, which literally from the very beginning, first semester, freshman year, that is where like all of the importance is put on like building up your resume so that you are career ready to go out into the workforce and make money and be a worker bee for the capitalist corporatist culture. And unfortunately, as a byproduct of all that, what happened was I ended up hurting myself really bad, mentally, physically, and emotionally. I not only burned out, but actually worsened my chronic health issues and things like that. And it took COVID happening for me to realize, because like right before I was quite literally doing the most. Like all the things that we say, like, oh, like grind culture, boss bitch kind of things, like those were all the things I was doing. I was president of our animal rights organization on campus. I was doing like protests, different activities on campus, all those things. I was doing research. I had just won a research competition for minority students in STEM. I was taking all kinds of science, engineering, math classes, and doing really well in those. But like again, as like the whole all-nighter concept, getting like just a few hours of sleep every night. I was still dancing, teaching, taking classes on the weekends. I mean, I was literally doing the most, and that is what I was deriving my happiness from. And then when COVID came, all that was gone. I frankly just kind of lost everything. You know, I had summer plans, I had an environmental research internship that I was going to do. All of that was
You were gonna meet me in person? Oh
gone. And it
no.
freaked me out. I mean, I quite literally just, oh, am I
You
still on?
froze for a second, but you're back.
Oh, okay.
I was like,
Okay. Sorry
no,
about
no,
that.
no, it's okay.
Sorry about that.
It happens.
Um, but yeah, I mean, I kind of lost my mind for a little bit because I was like,
Mm,
I can't do anything. What's the point? Like, who am I? What am I doing? I'm not being productive. I'm not making a difference. I'm not building my resume. I'm not like, what am I doing then? And I lost sight of like who I actually was as a person because I fell into that trap of feeling like I was just a cog in the machine. And so after that, you know, this past semester was really, really rough for me. I really struggled a lot, as I'm sure a lot of other people who were in school and even had to go back to work. Again, mentally, physically, and emotionally, I hurt myself really bad. And actually, right around Thanksgiving break, I contracted a virus that literally kept me basically bedridden for about a month.
mhm.
And it was because I just burned myself out so badly. I was that hurt. And I remember literally the day before I got sick, I was with my dad, I was crying, I was in tears, and I told him that I was at a point where I had wished something really seriously bad would happen to me. Like I would get hurt really bad, I would something so that everything would just stop. I would just stop for just 1 minute, for one moment. I wouldn't have to keep grinding away. And then I got sick and I was miserable. And thankfully, though, all of this time kind of caused me to reflect and think, how can I enjoy the things that I enjoy? How can I enjoy being a well rounded person while also kind of being like, fuck you to the system? And
Yes.
I realized I have to change my own perspective. I have to
Mm,
stop valuing the things that the system is telling me to value and just go after what I want and what makes me happy, regardless of the byproducts of that.
yes. Ooh, I relate to a lot of that, interestingly, being a person who's not in college and, white and whatever. But there is so much, and that's kind of, I guess, at the heart of our conversation today, right? Is there is so much of what you get in college that translates over into corporate life. And I have felt that same way. And I think just being a person under capitalism in general as well, like I have had so many times in my life where I literally wished I would get some kind of very serious condition or get hit by a car. I like literally have like wished these violent things to happen to me just so that I could stop for a little while, just so that I could have a break, even though I knew like realistically that that would actually make my life worse because then I would have medical bills to deal with, and like obviously being in pain and dealing with something like that is not fun. It's not a vacation. Um, but it's wild how universal I feel that feeling is for so many people, that you do kind of sit around and fantasize about something terrible happening to you just so you can breathe, just so you can just not have to be on and going all the time. Something that you brought up in here that I've found really interesting, and maybe you can expand on it a little bit, is this idea that everything that you were doing kind of became co-opted by capitalism as like resume points, as you put it. So these interests that you have, even your activism, which it would seem counterintuitive that your activism could be something that capitalism would encourage, but as you put it, if it's just becoming a thing to put on your resume, then it kind of, it's like a way that the system sort of takes the teeth out of it by owning it. So if you have any more thoughts about that, I just think it's a really interesting thing that I've never really heard someone explicitly talk about before.
Yeah. So, okay, at least at our university, I'll say, we have sort of like, I mean, a lot of schools I know have this, but particularly we have kind of like a career readiness program, right? Where, so obviously one of the big things being in college, audience, if you don't know, a big thing is to get like for your resume, you want to get like a co-op or an internship. So co-ops typically, at least I know from an engineering perspective, are like, you basically would go work in an industrial setting for a year. So you take like a year off during school, and that it becomes a part of your education, and you actually get paid for it and all that kind of stuff. Internship, kind of similar. Typically those you could maybe do like during the summer. They are paid, sometimes not paid, which I will definitely get into that later on, because that is a huge thing for me. Like, oof. But that's a huge goal of a lot of college students, is to get some kind of work experience before they graduate. That's what a lot of employers like to see. So I was a part of a program for essentially like minority students in STEM, and I was required to do this career readiness program. And in there, I think there's like maybe 7 or 8 different points of experiences you need to have essentially before you graduate. These are things that you can talk about in an interview, put on your resume. So basically they're things like, you have multicultural or diverse experience. Like, have you ever worked on a team of diverse people who think differently than you and are very different than you? You need to have a concrete example of that. A time when you use critical thinking to solve a problem in a new way that no one else had before. You need to have experience with that. Being a team leader. When is a time when you displayed leadership that was beyond what was asked of you? And there's literally like 8 of these fucking things, right? So it's like, I've been here for 4 years, and you expect me to do basically the kind of shit that like somebody in a directorship position is doing. Like,
Yeah.
but that's what they want you to do. They want you to literally be able to list off experiences of that caliber in a span of just 4, in my case, 5 years, right?
That's
And
ridiculous, because I was just thinking while you're talking that in my work experience, it would have taken me it would have taken me over a decade to get even close to those kinds of experiences. Because for so long I was in a position where I just didn't even have access to stuff like that. So for expecting a college student to have that level of experience already, that's bananas.
it's really intense, but that is the kind of caliber they expect you to perform at by the time that you graduate. And so the interesting thing was, the last time that I was in one of these sessions, and I was filling out, so they asked us to like sit down and fill out the sheet, and it had all of the 8 things, and it was like, please like write down concrete examples of when you did this. I had accomplishments in every single area, all of them. I had concrete things that I could say to an employer in an interview, and I wouldn't be bullshitting. I wouldn't be just like pulling something random out of my ass. Like, these are legit, straight up accomplishments that I had. But it was in a way that I guess you could say is like palatable for companies, corporations, academia. And I'll say also in my case, especially, my university is a little bit unique because there's a lot of what I would call like really toxic stuff that happens being a small conservative white Christian university. However, they don't want to give off that appearance. And so having somebody like me, for example, to be, it's like, oh, Mohera, like, why don't you come be in our promotional video? You're like an eloquent non-white woman. Like, that would be great. And I'm like, and obviously like naive little me is like, wow, what a great opportunity. Like, sure. I'd love to do that. And the thing is, like, I do enjoy like, making videos and like doing like kind of promotional stuff. I've always kind of liked stuff like that, but then you realize the kind of devious underlying nature within all of it. And so it's kind of like this. Okay, so if you imagine, like, if you think about like parental abuse, right? As long as you stay in line with what your parent expects of you, you're okay, right? So when they're like, oh, I let my child do whatever they want. Well, yeah, as long as what you want to do is in with line what they want you to do, then you're fine. But what happens when you step outside of that and you do things that they don't want you to do? Like, what is the behavior then? That's kind of the case here. Is I was constantly falling in line with what academia wanted to see of me, that it was never a problem. But the minute that I started getting like more radical and being like, no, I kind of think STEM education, the way it's operating, is like pretty toxic and like needs to stop like right the fuck now. And we need to change how we're doing a lot of things. They're like, simmer down now, calm down.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I think
Don't
that's
get too spicy.
Exactly.
We'll get uncomfortable.
Yeah. So that's basically what kind of happened. Is I was doing things in a way that was palatable, and so that's why the stuff that I did was considered acceptable.
And even like I see your dance practice, if it's appropriate to call it that. I see it as like more than you take dance, right? Like it's a big part of your life. Like that is very radical, and it is something that should make them uncomfortable, but it also has an aesthetic, right, that they can glom onto to make it palatable for them. It's all about like everything gets repackaged in a way. Like they don't know that you use it to keep strong ties to your culture and like keep your culture alive and celebrate it and learn about it. They just see that like you wear pretty dresses and who does dancing, right? And it's something that they could put on a flyer or you can put on your resume, and it doesn't make people uncomfortable. And I just maybe it's kind of a silly example, but I felt that way with my veganism a lot at jobs, because now I did make people uncomfortable with my veganism, but that was me. When other people would get a hold of it, it was kind of like there was this woman who was very high up in the company, and she had made it very normalized that she would do things for endangered species. And so a lot of times my veganism would be equated to her very specific focus on endangered animals, which is much more palatable to people, right? Because they're pretty and they're far away and exotic, and like that doesn't have to affect my day-to-day behavior. Whereas what I was really doing was talking about like your day-to-day behavior, how we eat in our food system. But it was like, oh yeah, it's like an animal thing, like what she does. And I just was always amazed by people's ability to immediately make themselves comfortable with something and then just kind of move past it and not give any space for it to be real, to have like its real radical roots there in that system. And I even have put stuff on my resume of like, oh, I go to conferences and I speak on things or whatever. But it's like if those people sat in an audience and heard a speech I gave, they would never hire me, right? But I can reword it for a resume, and then it looks cool. Like, wow, I do all this stuff on my own time, unpaid. What a great candidate.
So that would essentially happen to me a lot. Like particularly so like with dance. I had, professors and even like my own advisor at one point basically be like, is that something you were supposed to quit like after you graduated high school? Like, okay, good job. Like you got into college, you did your thing. Now like you should just quit and focus on your career. And it's like, I don't think you understand. This is my life. This is a part of my existence. I don't owe you every single part of my being. Like, I am a person outside of the time that I spend here at university. So like, and they kind of look at me like I'm speaking like Greek or something. But the minute that my lived experience can be turned into something profitable, marketable, something that they can utilize to bring notoriety to their department, to their program, anything like that. Oh, Mohera is such a diverse talent. We're so lucky to have somebody who's so well equipped in so many different areas. I'm like, bitch, shut the fuck up. Like, I know exactly what you really mean. And yeah, so that's why I always say you have to remember universities are businesses first and centers of education second. They will never do anything long term that will impact their bottom line in a negative way.
Absolutely. And they're always looking for ways to commodify their workforce, right, which is their students, in the same way that a company would be. The same way a company would want it to slip, for some PR that maybe they had helped a certain type of employee. My company used to do that where it was real slick. The president would be like, we would have our annual big deal company meeting, and he'd be like, I don't talk about it publicly, but I have helped several employees behind the scenes this year with, certain issues they were having. And it's like, aren't you like talking about it publicly now though? So it's just that kind of thing where it's like, yeah, no matter what it is, it's never actually for you. It's somehow always for them. It's always like, how do we find the value in this for ourselves? We had a couple really good comments here kind of relating to unpaid labor. And I think, so my experience too, being in like corporate America, is we would often have interns. And the thing was that whether they were paid or not, it seemed like they were always doing grunt work. And I know in my industry, a lot of it was a way to like curry favor with our top clients, because we would have this internship program, and then somehow coincidentally, every fucking intern is either a child of one of our executives or a child of one of our top clients. Like how that works. But these kids would come in, and I remember we had this one kid this one time who was really obnoxious, like super spoiled brat, white dude, just, he was the worst. But he was always walking around just being like, I should be doing higher level work than this. And I thought I was going to be doing this and that. And I was like, you know what? I hate you, but also, like, you do have a point, because we had him like stuffing envelopes and stuff. And it's like, to the point that a lot of people here are making is, if you are experiencing that level of requirement as a student or as like a recently graduated person, whether your internship is paid or not, even a paid internship is usually not going to pay you very much. You're either getting no experience, like no actual experience, which highlights how bullshit the whole practice is, because they just want to see that what it is they want to see that you are willing to do something for free, right? To show that you are willing to do anything it takes. And I do think there's a layer of like classism filtering in that as well. Like, can you afford to do free work? And then I think also it highlights that, like, if you're doing an internship where you're actually getting that level of experience, that should be a paid job. Like, that should be like a straight up, like, I have fucking benefits and a retirement plan level job, and not an internship. So I think it just shows how bullshit the whole thing is, and how it really is a way for companies, like colleges, to do the work for companies of filtering out people who can't afford to work for free, or might be like, no, I'm not doing that with my time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The whole idea of we need to prepare students for the workforce. This is like a really big idea that colleges and universities have fairly recently adapted, right? Because, like, I remember talking to my dad and, being like, didn't do this kind of shit when you were in college. Like, was this normal and stuff? And you're just like, no, like, God, no, none of this. So, in particular, they say we want to prepare you for the workforce, but that's basically code for we'll do whatever bullshit it takes to make employers happy. Um, Essentially, for the sake of compensation, we getting compensation in some form. That's basically all it's code for. So, if you look at paid versus unpaid internships, okay, in engineering, all of our, at least like in, at my school, all internships, co-ops are paid, like, period. It's obviously very lucrative because you get paid like very well. For example, I had a friend who ended up getting a co-op with a chemical company, and as a college student, she was getting paid $27.50 an hour, which is for us like fuck. I mean, I was happy getting $8 an hour doing like a summer like job on campus, and this bitch is getting like $27.50. I was like, fuck, okay. So, right, that's obviously like incredibly lucrative. However, the company is not doing it and the university is not doing it because like, wow, you're going to gain very valuable life skills and you're going to see how industry really works, and you can take that and bring it in the classroom and that will help improve your education. That's all crap. This is truly what they're trying to say. For a company, if they hire you, especially in something like engineering, it'll take you about a year to 2 years to figure out what the fuck is actually going on. That's pretty normal, right? Like being in school for a long time.
Any industry. Yeah.
Exactly. So you really don't know what's happening. For them, however, at that point, you graduate, they hire you, they're paying you as a full-time, process engineer or something like that, right? Like that would be something in my case as a chemical engineering major. They're paying you at that like full-time kind of salary. So in their mind, they're basically losing out on money because you're doing like kiddie shit for the first like year or two, and you don't really have an idea what's going on. It's only after that point that you really become an engineer and you actually know what you're doing and stuff like that. So for them, what they say is, hey, how about we do a co-op program where we bring in somebody who we basically would hire anyways after they graduated. We'll bring them in as a co-op, pay them less, but also enough so that it's lucrative for them and they want to do it. But we are significantly paying them less, so they're getting paid at this like lower value. We're basically devaluing their labor, and then they're getting this experience, right, that they get to put on their resume and whatever, and it'll make the university happy. And then once they graduate, we'll hire them on full time. And so all of that like learning period that we would have been paying as a full-time salary, they got that out of the way, getting paid a smaller salary. And now they're there doing the like big time engineer work for that full salary value. That is what it boils down to. And the university benefits by saying, oh, look, X% of our graduates get hired by this company. We have a great relationship with this company. And that company gives them money in so many different ways. It can be like, in our case, the chemical company that I was talking about, they ended up paying for us to get like our study room remodeled, which was super gross because they basically paid to get wallpaper of their company like all over our study room. It was so bad, but that's what
and they expect. Unethical.
It's very unethical. We even had to put up a plaque being like, thank you to this company for paying for us to renovate our, like super capitalist, super corporatist, like really fucking gross. But it's like this really disgusting kind of mutual benefit thing. And in the end, like we're actually suffering because you're not getting a true education. You're getting an education and then like you're throwing in work experience and you're calling it education. But instead of focusing on developing really good critical thinking skills, understanding fundamentals, improving, like for engineers, it's very important to have like very good math because math is literally the foundation of like engineering and the things that we do. Instead of focusing all that, we waste our time trying to become as corporatist as possible and training us, again, to go into the workforce, be good, obedient worker bees, all for the sake of money. And as my professors call it, the big bad chemical engineering money.
Gross. I mean, true. Gross. yeah, and my experience, and I think it's just gotten so much worse, in the last decade or two, is that everything's like Latasha brought it up on the comments here, but like everything is a brand now, and everything, you have to show value. Like you have to already prove value before you get there. Whereas I'm old enough that the job market was a bit different when I first entered it, when I was, in my late teens, like just getting out of high school. I had been working in the service industry for a while by then, but like I got my first like corporate job. And there really was way more, like you could literally quit your job and like often just go get another job. It wasn't like now where it's like if you're out of work, you're probably out of work for months, even if you do some kind of entry level position. Like it's just really hard to get a job. And everyone wants you to be overqualified for the work that you're doing. Whereas when I was younger, being overqualified was a negative because they thought, like, oh, you're just getting a job now and then you're going to leave. But now they're like, oh, great, you're overqualified. We're going to get you in super cheap. We're going to keep you underpaid. We're going to exploit you. And I just feel like so many, there's just such a high level of expectation of like, I have to prove before I've even been given the real environment and opportunity to show somehow ahead of time that I'm already this thing. It's kind of like the dress for the job you want mentality, but like with literally everything. And that is a problematic mentality, right? Because it's like, well, I can't dress for the job that I want because I don't have the job that I want salary. Like, I can't afford to dress for the job that I want. And that's kind of how it is here. And I just really struggled with that because I was someone who grew up in poverty, and I had to drop out of school because I literally dropped out of my nutrition program at the time because I found out there was a 9-month unpaid internship, like full-time requirement in order to become, I think, licensed or certified. And I was like, I literally will not be able to do that. I can't do it. Like, even being a student, I was still having to work 2 or 3 jobs. I've lost my train of thought. But anyway, you get what I'm saying, is that there's just such this level, and I do think it's really tied into systemic racism and classism, because even for you, I think hearing all of these things that you're being expected to do, it's kind of like a way to say, I think to your point, to say, oh, she's a good one, right? She's done she's jumped through all the hoops that we've asked her to jump through, so she's not going to cause any problems, and so we can use her to increase our brand and she'll be fine. And it's the same thing being poor. It's like if you can find a way to do an unpaid internship as a poor person, then you might be able to be let into the club. But if you complain, or if you're a single parent or a parent in general, right, and you start complaining and saying this is unreasonable, and it's like, well, then we don't really want you here. What a mess. So I think to that, and you can respond to that if you want to, but I would really love to make sure that we have time to dig into your experiences, specifically as a woman of color, specifically as an Indian American person in this field, and just what your experiences have been in general, but also maybe if you have any comments on being an Asian person versus maybe how other ethnicities are perceived in your field. Just all of your thoughts. You've always said so many interesting things to me off air, so whatever comes up for you. But I would love to make sure we really get into that today, is like your specific experience in this like white male dominated space.
Yeah. So I think being Indian and being like a woman, it's definitely different, I would say, than, okay, so one of my like basically best friends in engineering, like going through my program, was a Black woman. And, you know, she and I definitely had very different experiences. So, like, and of course for me too, the university that I attend, that's where my parents teach. So basically all of the professors I had knew who, like, for example, who my dad was. Almost all of the students in my class ended up taking my dad for math at some point. So for me, I kind of, in a way, had this like this thing where people sort of automatically took me seriously because of, my dad, but also I think, subconsciously because I'm Indian, right? They see me and they think, oh, she must be smart. She must be good at math and engineering. Like, obviously, right? Otherwise, why the hell would she be here? And so I would say in my experience, I felt more sexism, like as a woman, than I did racism, for example. And so like I had, I tried to make a point when I first started college to not like name drop. So, I have the same last name as my dad. It's obviously a very unique last name. So anytime I would say it, anybody would be like, wait, is that your dad? And I'd be like, yep, that's me. I'm the kid. Ha ha ha, right? You got me. So I tried really hard because I wanted to make like kind of a name for myself. Like I wanted people to take me seriously on my own. And, I remember my very first semester being in essentially an introduction to engineering and introduction to our campus kind of course. At our school, we call them like connections courses, basically helping you acclimate to your major and to the university. And my instructor for the class was actually a PhD student. And he basically forced everybody to say their full names. And so when I did, he ended up finding out who I was. And I think it just maybe rubbed him the wrong way because he would always be very like patronizing towards me. I had an experience where in the past, like anytime my dad's a boss at Excel. So anytime I needed something to be done in Excel, I'd be like,
Excel.
I know. I was like, hey, Papa, can you program this for me? And he would just be like, okay, sure. And, he's a nerd, so he'll do anything. Like he doesn't care. And, like we were expected to do like some pretty basic programming in class and we were trying to figure it out. And I had no idea what I was doing. And he came up to me, this like PhD student. He was like, I would expect you of all people to know how to do this. And I was like, look, I'll be honest, like anytime I needed anything programmed, I just asked my dad to do it. And he was like, well, Daddy's not always going to be there for you. Now, is he? And I was like,
oh my God.
Wow. And of course, like, I mean, I would assume if I was a guy, he probably wouldn't have said that to me. But it's like this whole, oh, I bet you're just Daddy's little girl kind of thing. And coincidentally, I ended up having this PhD student. I ended up having his dad as an instructor for one of my labs. And this man was just like racism, sexism, homophobia, all slapped into one person. I mean, just awful. And he would constantly be like patronizing the women in the class. Like, I remember I was the only one at one point, like literally the only like woman in like my lab. And he just took it upon himself to say all kinds of things. He'd be like, oh, like we know how like women like shiny things. Or he asked a class, this was his test to see if you'd be a good engineer, was if you knew how to change a flat tire. Fun fact, I don't know how to change a flat tire. I can be honest about it.
Me neither.
I was sitting there and, like I didn't raise my hand because I didn't know how to change a flat tire. And he looked at me and he was like, he's like, how can you not know how to change a flat tire? I was like, I've never run into the issue before. And he was like, so what happens if you do? And I was like, I would, call maybe roadside assistance or I call my parents. And he goes, I bet you'd call your boyfriend now, wouldn't you?
Ew.
And that's the thing is like you get comments like that. And at one point I got so sick of it that I called him out and I was like, why are you making all of these assumptions and saying all these things based on the fact that I'm a woman, right? Like I literally just said that to him in class one day and he got super defensive about it and was like, oh, I'm so happy like women are here, like back when I was in engineering, there were only like 2 in our class. And it's like, yeah, because they probably had to deal with assholes like you on like 24/7 and they thought it wasn't worth it. I mean, but that's the kind of thing that you get. And obviously these are more like obvious forms of like sexism and things like that. But then you'll get the more discreet ones where like a male professor, if a woman answers a question wrong in class, so especially like, my friend who was Black, if she answered a question wrong, my professor would be like, no, that's wrong. Just very blunt and straightforward. Whereas if a guy answered the question wrong, he'd be like, well, I mean, you're on the right track. It's not exactly that, but and it's like, it's very subtle. And if you're not like a marginalized person, you probably wouldn't pick up on it. But I would constantly notice these kinds of things. And, you know, it's something you just have to deal with. And unfortunately, like at a certain point, you either have to be willing to call it out, which will basically exclude you from people, right? So like, your classmates are in a way supposed to be like your comrades, especially in like engineering and STEM. You do a lot of group work. So, you have to kind of decide, like, do I want to call it out and then potentially exclude myself and hurt my education? Or do I want to just deal with it and like suck it up? I face this a lot in like, math, especially. Guys would constantly, um, guys love very proudly saying the wrong answer, which is just like
They
baffles,
love it.
because I'm like, how does anyone just have that audacity? Like, I'm just like, I never understood it. But a guy will just happily shout out the wrong answer. And again, the professor won't say anything, but I will say the right answer. And then a guy will take that and shout it out behind me. And they'll be like, good job, man. And I'm like, dude, I just said that. And stuff like that happens a lot. Like, men get away, especially with mediocrity. Mediocre white men are guaranteed jobs in this life. I swear to fucking God, it is the most frustrating thing ever. Like, you will be going to career fairs, you will see a guy who literally, like, probably rolled out of bed wearing, like, wrinkled khakis and, like, a polo with a stain on it, and he will get a job at the most prestigious company there. But you, as, like, especially for me, like, a woman of color, I'm in, like, the most fucking professional, whitewashed attire I could possibly wear, trying not to look too ethnic. And I've got my resume stacked, like a great GPA and all this stuff. And they're like, I don't know. You don't really have these experiences. I'm like, neither do all those fuckers, and you hired them.
Yep.
And
I've watched so many white men, fail upwards at companies. I like have a rage that will never be quelled in this lifetime. You could bury me under the ocean and I would still be burning hot with rage over it. I have worked with and I'm not exaggerating, like dozens of white men who have fucked up projects and get promoted to a different department because they're a problem, because they keep fucking up their projects, but no one will just fire them or demote them or stop putting them in charge of stuff. So they just think, well, maybe he'll be better at this thing, so let's give him a raise, more responsibility, and put him over here. It has happened countless times. And then you have someone like me who is like kicking ass at all the jobs that I was doing and would just be like, can we please give me a little bit more responsibility, give me a little bit more money? Can I have a change of title? Can I please get anything that will help me have more status in this job market? And they're like, sorry, no, we don't have the budget for that. You don't have the budget to increase my pay by 10%, but you can give this guy a job that now pays $100,000 more a year. Cool. It's unbelievable.
It's amazing to me how, like, so many times there'd be a project and I would be the one who essentially did all the work, including the calculations, the programming, like everything to it. And when the time would come for the presentation, the guy would be like, okay, you can do the introduction and I will talk about all of the graphs and the math and all this. I'm like, okay, honey, please go right ahead if you seem to know what you're doing. And then like they get halfway through and the professor would like ask a question and they'd have no idea what they're talking about. And I'd have to swoop in and be like, yeah, so actually this is the method that we use to accomplish these calculations. When I input this into MATLAB, these are I had to be the one to say it, and it's frustrating because you constantly, like, if you say something, you're a bitch. If you don't say something, people walk over you. Like, you
Yeah.
literally lose either way.
And you get like it's not just that people will walk over you, but that like people see you as weak as well. You know what I mean? Like it's like a double whammy is like people walk over you and they then perceive you as weak. But the only other option is yeah to be seen as someone who can't work with other people or is a problem. I realize now that it's autism, but I got in a lot of trouble at my job for speaking out in projects where the project plan was flawed. And I would be like, that literally doesn't work. And I would get in trouble. And I even had on one of my annual reviews was like I needed to learn to when to back down and stop talking. But it would literally be like whoever had put the project plan together didn't actually understand how the technology worked. So the plan that they had was for functionality that didn't exist in the current system. So that would be the kind of, it wasn't like I was just being a jerk and being like, oh, I don't, like, that's not the best plan, which still is valid, right? That's still a valid conversation to have. But I would be like, no, but like literally it doesn't work that way. It's not going to work. And I was told that I needed to learn, even if I was right, when to stop talking. But you get dudes who just like are out there just saying whatever they want to say and getting away with it and being wrong and getting promotions, and it's just so it just takes something away from you. And I think that's a big piece of like what your examples demonstrate is that you learn through all of these small ways over time. um, and I meant it was my autism that would make me see a problem and then not be able to like let go that no one was listening to me about it because your brain gets stuck of like, but no, there's a problem. But anyway, when you learn over time that like you're not going to have a mentor, right? You're not going to have someone take you under their wing. You're only going to get negative attention, or we'll call it neutral attention. Like you're never really going to be praised and given like the full weight of recognition for what you've done. It's just all of this stuff wears on you, and then you get to a job and it's the exact same thing. I never had a male superior take me under his wing and groom me and help me and stand up for me and like get me a promotion and do stuff for me. um, and honestly, even a lot of the women were too busy trying to protect what they had gotten to do that for me either. I had one manager in particular who was a woman, and then our department head was a woman. She was like executive C-level. And they both were just so caught up in like not being unlikable that when I came blazing in and was like, this is bullshit, let's change it, they're like, whoa, 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 let's maybe not, let's calm down. And that was the manager who told me, it was a woman who put in my review that I needed to stop speaking out and back down. So anyway, just a lot of conditioning, and I loved your examples of just, it is subtle, but it's also not subtle to the people it's happening to. Like it's not subtle to you. It's just subtle to people who are not experiencing it, that you just know you're alone and that you have to be flawless and perfect and overqualified in order to even have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I'd say like when you're a woman in STEM, you represent the masses. So if you don't do well or you don't succeed, automatically it's like, see, this is why women shouldn't be in engineering, or this is why girls shouldn't be in math, because clearly you don't know what you're doing. And it's like, but how many mediocre men are there in like literally all of these fields? But none of them are automatically representatives of the entire population. And it too, I think you also see just, I guess, the ego that men tend to exert, like just throughout life. Like I notice, so in a lot of the upper level math classes that I'm taking, we have to do like proofs essentially, right? So where there's a statement, it's like actually go through and use like, these like principles and stuff to prove that this statement is in fact true. And there's a joke that in math, whenever somebody says like clearly, the term clearly, it's like actually something that's not so clear. So I always make sure to never say clearly unless it is something like so blatantly obvious that like you can't miss it. And yet guys will do proofs where instead of writing out like the work that they did, they'll just be like, so clearly this is a linear operator. And then the professor will be like, can you explain? And it's like, well, I mean, it's clear, right? And I'm like, I'm sorry, my feeble-minded female brain can't understand. Can you please explain to me why it's so clear? And like they can't do it, right? They have no fucking idea. And so that's like an unfortunate thing you have to deal with. But of course, like it's not going to stop them. Nobody's going to like call them out for it. They're just going to keep on doing it, and they have no problem even like slightly getting humiliated because it's like it's not a big deal. Like I'm still a guy. Like I'm going to still get a degree, and I'm going to end up getting a job. So like at the end of the day, what does it matter, right?
Yeah.
And professors play into a lot of it too. Like I think there's one layer of like being your peers, right? So like me, a woman of color in a class of like all mediocre cis-het white men. But then professors are a huge thing. You would not believe how many administrators, instructors there are on campus that are wildly unqualified to be in the positions that they're in. One of the biggest problems, I think, in STEM is that a lot of people who do like STEM-based research and have degrees in STEM, they often try to then take that and go into STEM education because there's a ton of funding for basically initiatives, and like NSF will throw fucking money at you if you have like a good idea that relates to STEM education. Like, how can we make engineering students learn better? And if you come with a proposal, you will get shitloads of money for it. And what ends up happening is somebody like me who actually has like a little bit of background and experience and understanding like education and things like that, you'll see like that their ideas royally fucking suck. And they're getting all this money. And so I try to ask them like, how exactly is what you're doing different than this thing that's existed for like 50 years? And they're like, and instead of like actually answering it, because plot twist, they can't, instead of answering it, what they'll do is they'll be like, well, you wouldn't understand, and you need to respect that we are authority figures. I have a PhD. I'm like, honey, just because you have a PhD in one thing doesn't make you qualified to do something else.
Right. But they're like, no, I got a certificate saying I know the most of all the people, so doesn't that mean I can just use it wherever I want to? I think you touched on an interesting thing that as, someone who's, I guess, in the education field in my own way, not academically, but professionally, it is amazing to me how much men generally cannot explain themselves. Like they don't like they didn't learn. I don't know. I think there's something about like we always have to, anyone who's marginalized really, like you always feel like you have to explain yourself, right? So you understand that like you don't have this sense that you can just move about the world and do whatever you want and just be above ever describing it to someone or explaining it to someone. Like I've been on so many projects where I'm like, hey, I have a concern or I have an idea. Like, can we sit down and talk about it? And a big way that my brain works is tell me how we got here. Tell me why we got here. And then I'm very good, I think it's an autistic trait, I'm very good at optimization and problem solving. So it's like, if you can get me, how did we get to this today? And how did you figure out like this is the solution? I can see stuff and be like, oh, I can make this 100 times better, or I can fix this issue we're having. And I've been shocked at like men like cannot, so many men I've worked with, literally it goes beyond, they even don't feel like they have to, like they cannot explain themselves. It's just like your clearly thing. Like they get up there and it's like, well, how, like walk me through the process. Like what was the thought process? And they just look at you like, what thought process? And it's like, well, from looking at your work, that tracks. However, like, we're here now. Anyway, I think it's one of those like toxic masculinity things, mixed with like corporatism that really does in the end like hurt men, but it frustrates the rest of us, I think. Because there is just such a sense that like I don't have to explain myself, so I don't even know how to explain myself. And I don't feel that I need to. And you're like, well, fair, I guess, but also not good for a work, like a collaborative work environment.
Yes, absolutely. And
Um,
a lot
oh,
of,
sorry, go ahead.
oh no, it's just like super quick. Like a lot of the thing is that, so I'll say this is like especially common in STEM fields because so I noticed my mentor actually has her PhD in sociology. I ended up taking her for a women and gender studies class, and she just like basically took me under her wing and is like the most incredible badass human being on this fucking planet. So I was very grateful to have somebody like her in my life. But I noticed that the thing is, universities, especially with respect to STEM, they don't hire faculty to teach. They hire faculty because they do like kick-ass research, and that can bring in
Yeah.
a lot of funding. So, for example, they might have published a lot of papers, they might have received a lot of grants and stuff like that. And so, those are the kinds of things that they look at. Like, we literally have professors who like everybody just fucking hates. Like it is unanimous. Everyone hates this person, but they will never be fired because they are doing research that is bringing in money to the department. And so then, therefore, like as a consequence of that, the department gets more notoriety and things like that. And so, you'll see a lot of things where like I mean, and like STEM is fucking hard. Like some of these upper level math classes I'm taking, upper level engineering classes, God bless, I have my dad at least there to who can like help me and like sit down with me and work through things with me that I don't understand. But they can be like really shitty teachers and then be like, oh, okay, well, you just need to figure out how to do it on your own. And it's like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, one class, yeah, maybe I can do that. But 5 classes, and I'm expected to attend class because attendance is a part of my grade. And you're essentially telling me like I have to learn this all on my own on top of hours and hours and hours of homework as well. And they don't care. Even if you ask like, hey, can you do like this, can you do that, could you maybe like record your lectures because like something like there's just such an unwillingness, whereas at least I noticed in other fields, maybe like psychology, sociology, more humanities based fields, there is at least more of an understanding towards like human cognition and like the way that we learn. So, like when I had my women and gender studies professor, she would always say before the test, like, hey, don't worry about it. The test is not that hard. You all are going to do great. It's not because, and then afterwards, she would say, psychologically, the average will naturally increase just by me telling you that the exam is not hard. And so there are like things like that like I would notice that these like professors in these fields would do that were different, whereas professors in my field, they're just like, oh fuck you, I don't care, like whatever, that's fine. If you can't handle it, then you shouldn't even be an engineer. That's not my problem. And they'd happily say things like literally my very first class I took my freshman year, our professor walked on stage and she said, a third of you will fail and change your major. I was like,
Okay.
yeah, that was like the first thing she said. Third of you will fail this class, change your major. Yeah, you'll probably end up going into business, something like that. I was like,
Wow.
why would you say that?
Well, and I struggle with that because math and science are not my strong suit, and I always would say that I was bad in them. But when I look back on it, really my STEM teachers were terrible. Like they were so bad. And I remember this one guy in particular, I think he was my physics teacher. He would do exactly that. He could not explain how or why to get to the answer, and he would get mad and he would basically tell you weren't working hard enough or trying hard enough or maybe you just didn't get it. And I'm like, we're in high school. We're children. Like, of course we don't get it. You know what I mean? But he like was incapable of explaining how to get there. And even like I had a female calculus teacher, and she was the same way. She just prided herself that her class was the one that would break the smart kids. And I got my lowest grade ever in her class. And yeah, she just loved it. She like loved this thing that she had, and she would not ever sit with you and just walk you through it in a way that would make sense to you. And they both had this sense of like, this is how I teach, get over it, versus what you're saying, where I've also had teachers and professors who are like, oh, I obviously have an awareness of like learning, and I'm doing things to make the class more accessible to more people. You may find this funny. So I'm an instructional designer. I know a lot of other instructional designers through courses that I've taken, and we talk to each other. And a lot of them who are freelance get work through colleges and institutions. And they say that professors are their worst clients, period. Some of them to the point where they will not work with these institutions anymore because it's so bad. And they say that the biggest struggle that they have with them is that a lot of institutions hire them to translate in-person sessions into online content, and the professors like won't give them the materials they need to do the work. Like they won't hand over their presentation materials, and they will reject anything that the person does that's even slightly different. But it's like you have to, it's a different medium, so you have to change things. Like you have to do things in a different way. Anyway, I just always thought that was very funny that my friends who are independent are like, professors are the absolute worst to work with of any client.
I will definitely say academic programs, especially in the fields that I'm in, they really get off on being like, our class is the one that will make or break you as like X major, you know, and um, there's so many things that are intentionally done to make things inaccessible. Like, for example, if you ever read like a research paper, you know, I know like when I was doing research, I had to read papers. I would sit there and be like, I have no fucking idea what this person is saying. And I would look at my dad and be like, can you like just tell me what is like this one paragraph saying? And he would look through it and he'd be like, oh, okay, this is like all they're trying to say. And I remember asking my research advisor, I'm like, look, I get that you shouldn't just be like, hey, yeah, so this is this. Like, okay, fine, I get it, right? But like, why not write it in a way that's accessible to more people and things like that? And he was like, that's just kind of like the nature of it. Like, you don't want it to be accessible because the moment it seems accessible, then it loses that like sense of like caliber that comes with it. And I was like, but shouldn't the point of education be that it's something everyone can access because everyone mutually benefits from becoming more educated?
Yeah.
And they're like, what? What?
And it shows how capitalist the whole system has become, because the whole point really of education, and I think I mean, you could say it for any field, but I would say in terms of like benefiting humanity, STEM in particular, is to expand on what's been done before. So we should be making stuff as accessible as possible, so as many people as possible can say, this is interesting, let me take this and see if I can break it. Let me see if I can advance it. Let me see if I can change it in some way. Let me see if I can apply it in a way that hasn't been done before, because that benefits all of us. But you can't do that if you're trying to get published and have some kind of notoriety, right, around the thing that you came up with that no one else can do the way that you do. And it's just so fucking backwards to what academia is supposed to be. It's supposed to be the literal sharing of ideas, the literal like transitioning of ideas to more people to have new and different ideas.
Yes.
It makes me so mad. I'm a fucking corporate trainer, and I'm so fucking hard for education and learning. And these people literally have learning like jobs that they're teachers, like that is their job, and they could not give a shit. Ugh.
Yeah. I mean, I've literally had friends who had like a class with a professor who was like a complete asshole, and they changed their entire major because of it. And I was like,
Yeah,
do
I
these
have
people
too.
not understand? Like, their one shitty class can completely change the course of somebody's entire life. And like, to me, that's a very serious responsibility. But,
Yeah,
you
it's
know, again,
huge.
that becomes the problem with academia is once money gets involved in something, that is when the entire scope and intention around it changes. And I think
Hmm.
that is the inherent issue with our academic system that we have today. Because, like, yes, you know, for somebody like me, I think knowledge acquisition is like just a part of human nature, right? Like,
Yeah.
to understand, like, literally, it's about understanding the world around you, and thereby you understand people, and it should bring us closer together. I think that's a very
Yes.
beautiful and powerful thing. However, because these institutions operate off of funding and things like that, it loses that sense of purity. And I think
Yeah.
that's so harmful. And I think when it really hit me was I was interviewing with a chemical company because I was kind of a little bit financially desperate, you know, and I needed to have a backup plan. So I ended up interviewing for a summer internship. And at this point, I had already had a research internship. I had done 15 bajillion different things. My resume was stacked, all of that. I came in for the interview. And, you know, the first question they asked me was they were like, oh, chemical engineering. But like, I also see that you're a math major. How did that happen? And I basically said, you know, I was like, well, you know, I was trying to get a math minor, and then I ended up taking this like pure math class called proofs, where you understand how like you understand logic and how to like prove and disprove certain claims. And I was like, it was fascinating and beautiful, and it really felt like an art more than a science.
Mm.
And you know, as like an artist, it really resonated with me on a deep level, and it taught me that the scope of mathematics is so much like broader and more abstract than like what we learn doing like calculation based, like applied math based kind of work, you know, as an engineer. And so it taught me a completely different level of critical thinking. And they looked at me and were just like, but when are you going to use that? And I was like,
Literally every day of my life, when it terrifies me that people are like, when are you going to use this critical thinking? And it's like, are every time I get new information? Is that not what you're doing?
I was like, do you understand? I have a unique ability to literally take claims, apply
Yeah.
pure logic to it, and assess the validity of a statement. Do you
Which
know
is
how
kind
useful of
of
a skill that
what your
is?
entire field is sort of based on, presumably, right? Is having this ability to like verify claims. Oh my
It blows
God.
my mind. And they have no concept. And I was like, and at first I thought like, okay, maybe did they maybe not understand me? Did I misspeak or something like
Right.
that? And you know, and I was like, okay, you know what? That was the first question. Let me let it go. It's fine. We move on. And they were like, well, why did you decide to become an engineer? And I was like, well, you know, for me, I love science, I love math, and I love the application of those. But I also believe in, you know, social value and social impact. And so I wanted to do something that combined the two of them. And what better way than to, you know, go into engineering, a field where you literally touch the lives of people all over the world, and you can make a difference in our communities, our environments, people who you may never see. Like, I was going on about like all this stuff, and like, to me, that's really powerful, and I take that responsibility very seriously. And that's why I wanted to pursue engineering.
Mhm.
They literally were like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, what mediocre white men are you fucking interviewing? The guy literally was like, I've
Right.
never heard anyone talk like you before. And I was like, that should be a little concerning, right?
Yeah.
Needless to say, I did not get hired. So,
Ugh.
yeah.
Ugh. God. It's just heartbreaking and infuriating. And anyway, well, I feel like I could talk about a lot of this stuff for much longer, but I want to head towards wrapping it up. So, what I wanted to make sure that we definitely tackle, because I think this is in some ways the most fascinating part of why I wanted to have you on today, is how have you found ways to sort of decolonize and reclaim STEM for yourself?
Yeah, so I think that interview definitely was like a big red flag for me, that like I think something is fundamentally wrong in the way that we're, first of all, just taught to think about what we do as like people in STEM, whether it's engineering, science, math, whatever it is. I think there's like a fundamental issue like there. So that was a big thing that was like first there for me. A second was, this idea of I want us to stop thinking of our talents and our skills as something that will then incur profit later on, right? So an example that I always give is like, I saw some article and it was like, studies show that if you play a musical instrument, you are 3 times more likely to get into med school. And if you want to go to med school, that's great and that's fine. If you think playing a musical instrument to get there will help you, great. Be my guest, go ahead and do it. But what I realized, especially based on what happened to me, was that thinking like that causes you to lose that like personal element. And I think the personal element is what gives something its longevity, right? Like, I always tell people like, whatever it is, whatever's happening in my life, like fundamentally, I will never give up dance because it is a literal part of who I am as a being. It's like a part of my existence as a person. It's my identity. That is what gives me that drive to do it for the rest of my life. And I think it's the same thing here, is that we're so focused on doing a thing so that later on in life, it will make us successful in our career. Whereas I say, what if we just do things because it causes us to think more broadly, develop a different path of kind of like cognition in our brain, and it really just makes us happy and feel more interconnected, adding to its social impact overall. Like, why not think about things in that way? And so with that, and then also understanding like, my hometown is pretty rural, right? It's obviously, like I said, very conservative, very Christian. And I had the privilege of being able to travel to like, nearby, like more metropolitan cities to experience different things, like, right, different educational programs, different multicultural programs, and things like that, where I knew that wasn't accessible to a lot of people in the surrounding areas. So a program that I developed is called SMARTS. It's STEM, Multiculturalism, and the Arts. And basically what it was, which of course, unfortunately, COVID happened, so we had to cancel the event. But the event essentially incorporated hands-on STEM-based activities for children, but all within an artistic and multicultural and kind of global perspective, right? So I'm a big believer in understanding the roots of things. And I think, especially being in America, we kind of think like, ooh, America's the best and we're the smartest and all that stuff. And it's like, actually, all across the world, there have been different developments throughout science and mathematics that have helped us get to where we are today. And so to understand that, and also to understand how those things influenced art and culture and society and history, and to have this kind of holistic view that we see so many things as separate, but in fact, they're all interconnected in a way that's developed the cultures that we exist in today. And so it was really there to give children, of course, accessibility to a diverse scope of education, right? Like a holistic form of education. But also we had, just different like fun things. So having, we had like movies and like videos of different like performing arts across the world. We had we were gonna have like international food there, so people could like try different things. A good friend of mine who is a Central Asian dancer, she was going to teach the families all a Middle Eastern celebratory line dance. And the goal of it really was to help people see that like it's not just us, it's not just STEM. There is this like broader scope to everything. And if you open your mind, it can actually make you better at the things that you want to do. And it can help us feel more interconnected. And so that was a big reason why I worked on smarts, and that really helped me kind of pave the way for what I want to do in terms of like my professional career in pursuing, like diversity based STEM education initiatives within like all of academia, but of course particularly in basically P through 20, so like preschool all the way in through undergraduate kind of level. And also too, I think just like embracing my own identity, like I said, for a long time, like I would walk into interviews and I would try to look as non-ethnic as possible, try to wear like the string of pearls and like a nice like simple muted tone blazer with like a slightly printed but not too printed shirt, like all these kinds of things. And then at a certain point I was like, fuck it, I'm just going to be who I am, and I'll let that speak for itself, right? So, I will say, especially in like math, right? That is one of those fields where being feminine is actually kind of like a drawback. Like you don't want to be as feminine. You want to see as more like, oh, I'm too serious to like dress up because I'm like, I'm too smart for that, or I'm too logical for that. Like looking cute is like dumb. And for me, whenever I would give presentations in like my math classes, I would like dress the fuck up. I would do my makeup. I would look as like cute and like feminine as I wanted to, because I wanted people to see that like you can be intelligent, you can be logical, and you can still also be yourself and be enthusiastic and fun and gregarious and like outgoing and things like that. So in my coursework, that was something that I decided to do because I wanted to change the way that people saw somebody like me. And then as like a byproduct of all this, when I developed my portfolio, I wanted to make it my own, right? Like I saw a lot of like my professors or graduate students and things like that. Everything was like black and white. They had a basic headshot. They all this stuff, and I was like, there's no personal element. There's no, sense of like who they are. And I figured this could also be a place for me to, be a little bit more radical. So on my portfolio, I ended up getting a headshot that was looking very much like what I'm wearing now. I call it Spicy Professional.
I love
So,
that so much.
so like I have the blazer, but I also have like things that make me me. And, so I did that. I included my pronouns. I even have my pronouns on my resume because, again, that's something that I think is important. I have a pronunciation guide for my name on my portfolio because I'm so fucking sick of people mispronouncing my name all the time. And I spoke about things in a way that I felt was important. So I made it clear that my purpose behind the things that I do is to make STEM more equitable, accessible, diverse, multidisciplinary, and that is my intention. My intention is not to make it this like elitist, kind of study. Like I refuse and I reject all of those things, and I made it very clear. And so for me, that's a way of, again, doing something that I believe is important, but also being like, I'm not playing these capitalist games anymore. I'm not doing it. Like, I'm going to pursue work that I think is important and that I know will make a difference in people's lives long term. And yeah, I mean, I think that is truly the most important thing, is embracing the fact that, like, I know a lot of us here, I would pretty much say probably everybody is like fairly anti-capitalist, right? And unfortunately, because we do exist in the world, we are operating under capitalism to some extent. Yes, I get it. Trust me, been there, done that. But at the same time, I think wherever possible, it is important to make it clear that like this is not the world that I want to see, right? If I want a radical existence for the world, I have to exist in the world radically. And that is just a fundamental belief that I have. And so I've decided that if I want to see something different in academia, I have to do that within the scope of academia. And that's the only way I'm going to enact change.
I really love that because a lot of those women that I worked with who could have been mentors to me were so stuck in what they felt that they had to do to get ahead, that is what they were trying to groom me to do as well. And so I think it's just so, I agree with you. I feel like it's so important for all of us to, in whatever ways we can, to push back against that sort of thing and try to pave a better path for the people behind us rather than teaching them to just go along with status quo. Well, Mo, this was amazing. Again, I could go on, but we're at about time. So thank you so much for coming on today. I knew this was going to make an incredible episode, and you just were incredible. I could listen to you talk for hours. If people wanted to follow you, if you want them to follow you, where can they do that?
So I'm sure, as everybody knows, I don't have mom celebrity status, obviously.
I mean, who does?
I'm just a basic regular person.
Not everyone can have 900 subscribers on YouTube.
I mean, honestly, it's an aspiration of mine. But yeah, I mean, honestly, if you just want to follow me, like just living life and being like perpetually sad and depressed, you can follow my Instagram.
Relatable.
So and I think Nicole will link like all my stuff in like, below. But if you want to follow me on Instagram, my Insta is at Mohera. So my name right here. Yeah, down here. And then .Manasa. So MANASA. So that's me on Instagram. Same thing on TikTok. I haven't posted any TikToks yet, but that is a New Year's resolution of mine.
I can't wait for that.
Is to post ranty TikToks, because who doesn't want more of that? And Twitter is the same thing, except instead of a dot in the middle, it's an underscore, because Twitter's weird like that. And yeah, if you want to see also my portfolio, I know that might be good for other undergrads who are wanting to go maybe into like graduate school or even entering the workforce. It's a really great way online to display the work that you've done and actually link to things that are like tangible. Because I know it's one thing obviously to like write about something in a resume, and it's totally different to see the work itself like presented. So if you do want to see my resume, it's Mohera. So again, my first name, Narimetla, NARIMETLA.wix site. I know this is like so fucking long, complicated. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. The links will be in all the places. So.
And .com/portfolio. So that's it. And if you want to check it out, and you can also reach out to me if you want like tips. I had my mentor like literally work with me for like 4 months on developing this. So I learned quite a bit about portfolios and resumes through the whole process. So I would be happy to talk with you about being a spicy professional.
Yeah. I loved when Mo told me that spicy professional was what she called it, because I'm like, I always did that too. So I wore one of my, because we were talking about how we will technically meet the dress code, but like we're not meeting the dress code at all. But like no one can actually report us because technically it all falls in line. And I was like, oh my God, I used to love that. Like I used to wear teal tights, under skirts, just anything I could get away with, like loud blazers, big earrings, all of it. So yeah, it was fun to dress up spicy profesh with you today. It was wonderful to talk to you. We're gonna go hang out in the happy hour. And I wanted to say, in case you are someone who just listens to the podcast, that is fine. However, I want to let you know that our happy hours with guests usually end up to like a second episode, and they're quite lovely. So if you have heard some of my past episodes and are really into them and wished there was a bit more, there actually is. If you come to YouTube, maybe you can get me more than 900 subscribers. But I just want to say the one we had with Kai and the one I had with Claire, we had really amazing happy hours after that ended up basically, becoming second episodes. I feel like with Mo, we're going to have a blast. So consider checking that out if you're someone who just listens, not to the video. All right. That's it. We did it. It's done. That was amazing. All right, so thank you everyone for joining us this week. I will talk to you on the next one. I am going to be collaborating with Christopher Sebastian for the next episode. That's kind of like a lifelong dream of mine, so I'm very excited about that. And for the rest of you, I'm going to pop on the video. We're going to take a quick little break, and then we're going to come back for the happy hour. So thank you, everyone. Talk to you next time. All right. So you can stop recording. Perfect. The video is 3 minutes long. I'm going to run to the bathroom. And for you, you don't have to like come back. Like if you want to take a break, you can. And I can like get the happy hour going. You don't have to worry too much about being back like exactly when it stops. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So don't feel stressed. Cool. All right. We'll see y'all in 3 minutes. Here's my little video. And we're back.
Hi, everybody.
And sorry, yes, to everyone calling me out. I said happy hour, I meant after party. This is what you get. So, whoop, there we are. It is officially an after party now. And the kids are already writing. They're like, it is not going to be an hour. So, you're my first listener. Well, that's not necessarily true, but we'll say for the sake of ease, you're my first listener turned guest. How did it feel? How was it for you?
That was fun. Yeah. I mean, I was like, I'm always nervous before like I literally do anything because
Me too.
anxiety, you know.
Right? What's up, anxiety?
But yeah, that was really fun. I'm happy to talk about something like this because I am so sick of being in capitalist academic spaces where all they want to talk about is like, we're going to change STEM education. I'm like, you're really not, but okay, you know, and and it felt nice to talk about it from a radical perspective, especially knowing that everybody here is also a fellow radical. So, whoop whoop.
Yeah, I know. It's nice to be in a space where people are going to vibe with what you're saying in general. And I feel like anytime education comes up, it is something that so many people in my audience specifically like really resonate with. So I just knew it was going to be just an awesome topic, and you were amazing. You just like were perfect. So yeah, that was really fun. I'm so glad we got to do this. Mohira has the most intense fucking schedule, like school schedule ever. So we were happy to sneak this in before it started back up for her. So no, it always does that. Hold on. Here we go. So Maya wants to know, do you feel famous now? It's a
I
huge
mean,
question. I mean, how could you not? You're on this huge platform.
you know, this is my claim to fame. When I'm on Ellen, I'm going to be quoting Pink Spots as my start to my rise to stardom.
Yes.
So
I love that. Ellen would be like, no, we're not doing that. Oh my goodness. Niall said it felt so cathartic hearing you talk.
thank you. I hope
Everyone's saying you
everybody
did
enjoyed
so good.
it. Yeah, I hope everyone enjoyed the episode.
Even if they didn't, Mother's gonna be very upset. I don't know if you saw it, but I did want to highlight that Madison said that she's going into education. Maddie, I don't know if you want to repeat that. I can try to find it. But anyway, she said she might like to hook up with you to talk about strategies and whatnot.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah. My I definitely will say like my future post graduation is a little uncertain right now. You know, obviously I know things I want to do, but you know, especially with all the stuff that's happened with like my health and feeling just really burned out, I've realized that literally for the sake of my survival long term, I have to start putting my health, my well-being, my needs, my happiness and joy, I need to put that in the forefront. And so, you know, now I just kind of feel like there's a good chance I'll just take a year off and enjoy life and then, you know,
I love that for you.
see where it goes. And I think that's what matters, you know, just do what you have to do. And then, like, yeah, people will give you shit. Trust me, I've gotten so much shit for even just like wanting to leave STEM as a whole, like wanting to go down an education path. I've gotten plenty of shit for it. But you know what? At the end of the day, like, you carve your own path. And now that I feel confident in what I'm doing, people don't really give me shit about it anymore. So
Yeah, it is amazing. It's not like you're going to overcome structural oppression with it necessarily, but it is amazing when you really have like true confidence in yourself and what you're doing, that people do a lot of times sort of get out of your way. I learned that just in my jobs, if once for some reason, like professional confidence was it was much more accessible to me than like other kinds of self-esteem. And I was shocked at how often I would be able to like go into a meeting with all executives and be like, listen, this is what it is. And they're like, okay, like, all right, we listen to you. As they say, just carry yourself with the confidence of a mediocre white man. That's all you gotta do.
Swear to God, man.
So yes, I just wanted to point out Maddie said she's going into early childhood education and would love to have a convo about resources and I'm sure also ideas and whatnot.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I teach little kids, so like with dance, at least, that's where I work with a lot of young girls. And yeah, it's interesting seeing, especially teaching, I guess, things from a multicultural perspective. Obviously, you're not in a specifically like a classroom setting, it's a studio, but yeah, I definitely think a lot of that has kind of influenced the way that I think about STEM education, especially for like children and things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would think so. Um, oh shit, I forgot to ask you on the episode, but I wanted to ask if part of your decolonization was kind of doing with. Um, this is why you tune in for the after party. Um, if part of your decolonization of STEM was like what you've done with, or the education you've had with dance, where I know I can't say specific examples, but I know that I've heard in recent years that like certain theories that we credit to say white men actually came from their travels to India and learning theories that had already been established there or in other countries or, you know, having people exposure to other cultures. So I just wondered if you have either pursued that or been exposed to maybe some of the more like historical roots of even STEM and how it isn't just like a white man's creation, but it actually comes from a wide range of people.
Yeah, I definitely think like so one of the things I think dance has taught me is an appreciation for background and nuance. I've noticed that in classroom settings in particular, there is not really engineering is an interesting thing because I'm a big believer that math, I mean, technically speaking, it's true, but math is a big foundation for engineering. And the better that you understand math, the better you will understand engineering, period. However, in order to make engineering, which they'll say make it more accessible, which I can go into that, but like they'll kind of be like, you don't need to be good at math, you can be fine. It's like, yeah, can you do the job of engineering without being good at math? Yes, sure, to a certain extent you can. But for me, I think like if you actually place an importance on background and understanding, for example, like definitions and the nuance and the details of these things, it aids in critical thinking in a way that helps you better understand the foundation of things like math and engineering and stuff like that. And so as a dancer, because I have a historical, cultural, and technical perspective on it, it's made me seek out nuance in a way that I probably wouldn't have being in STEM. And it's definitely helped me a lot, you know, in my studies because I find that that attention to detail is what helps me a lot when it comes to like my coursework, you know. And I think another thing too is like you understanding the fundamentals of something gives you a lot of power, right? So like with professors, they'll try to do this thing where they're like, oh, I'm superior and you're inferior and like nothing you say will ever be right. But that's actually not true. Like there's a lot of power when you know, for example, like definitions, right? Because I've had times where on an exam, you know, professor would ask a question like, in which of these cases did this theory apply? And I would say none, because by definition, none of these cases like apply. And you have to give credit for that. You're right. So like that's a way of like giving yourself intellectual power, and you can actually take power kind of away from these like assholes who try to make things inaccessible by making yourself aware of the fundamentals and the foundation of things. And I think that's something that dance has taught me to appreciate on a level that I probably wouldn't have without it.
Yeah. I like that I kind of do a similar thing with like graphic design and also writing, where it's like I want to understand grammar, I want to understand things like color theory, right? Like I want to know the foundation, but I also don't allow it to restrict me in what I'm creating. I try to use it as a jumping off point. Um, was it you? Someone was talking recently. I don't know how this would have been you, but maybe it was a TV show I was watching. This is how my brain works, is like someone said this, and I don't know if I have a relationship with them or not. But someone's talking about like breaking rules, and it's like you have to understand the rule to break it. And I really like that a lot. I think that that is really helpful, because even me, someone who's not in STEM at all, like I've heard that engineers don't have to be good at math. Like I've even heard that kind of rule. And it's, yeah, on one hand, you don't want to be exclusionary unnecessarily for people to enter a field, because there are fields where they have requirements that like aren't necessary, you know what I mean? Just to be like classist or whatever. But yeah, on the other hand, it's like understanding the foundations is what can give you the power to break all the rules, but to be doing it in an intentional, knowledgeable way, which is like, to me, that's like your creativity. Koch said spicy professors. I love that.
I mean, yeah, no, that's God, that's so true. There's like a lot of things. So I call this kind of mindless conservatism. So if you think about like the foundation of what we call like conservative, right? To conserve is just like to preserve something over time. So like if you think like in theory, right? Like what like conservatives believe is like, oh, this is the way it's been done, so it should continue to be that way from then on. That to me, like fundamentally, is just such
that
a
hurts
flawed.
me.
I'm like, it's such a flawed way of thinking, and I would just like remember like being in courses and just being like, okay, I know that typically, so in math, like there's these things where like, in order to solve a certain problem, like you have to employ certain tests, right? And sometimes it's a pain in the ass to remember all of those tests, like what is the thing you need to do? And then, oh, if it's this, then this is what it means. It's kind of a pain in the butt. So I've always said to like professors, can you just give us the tests? Like, can you just give us a list of all the tests? And then like, it's our job to know how to use them. So like, you're not actually giving us anything. It's not like cheating or something like that, but it's just this thing of like, no, that's how I did it. When I was like, I'm sorry that your life as a student sucked, but can you make mine suck a little less? Like,
right. And like, what is the goal? Is the goal to just make it hard, or is the goal to learn something? And a lot of times those are actually polar opposite goals. And probably a better example even than like graphic design or writing is being a trainer. Like I have done a lot of work in education to understand the neuroscience of learning, to understand, these principles. And it is very empowering, because it also helps when I see like people at my work, even other trainers, professors, whoever it is, like when I see certain things happening because they've always been that way, I have the background in education to say that's not optimal. That's not actually the correct way to do it. And to me, it just gives me more power to push back, or to at least do things differently my own way, and then to show that that's more effective. But yeah, if you don't have that confidence in that background, then you'll just get railroaded by like, this is how we've always done it. Or my other favorite, I can't decide which one enrages me more. We tried that 5 years ago and it didn't work, so we're never going to try anything resembling that ever again. That makes me so... I have been told that so many times at my job, and I'm like, I don't care. Like, I want to do it now, and it's the right solution, so we're gonna do it.
I just, oh my God, this stuff, like, okay, this is like for everybody, since, we all tend to be in sort of like a, I guess we'd say, activist social justice space. Always be careful when it comes to university-based work around diversity or any of that shit, because oh my God, I was on a committee. I got invited to be on there because one of the professors, she had worked with me. I was in orientation for a couple of years, and so she had worked with me, and so she invited me to be on the committee. And someone really close to me ended up saying like, just be careful. It's probably going to be a waste of your time and like whatever. And so I was like, okay, you know what? Here's what I will do. I will go to the committee and I'll tell them like, hey, you know, this is like they're basically trying to help improve like diversity at our school because it's like super fucking white and like cis het conservative, all the things, right? You know, all the stuff. And so I literally went in there and I was like, look, first of all, the entire committee was white except for one person, if that says anything alone. But I was like, you know what? Like, here's the thing. I'm not here to help you get more, for example, like students of color so that you can put them on promotional materials and be like, yay, diversity, when in fact, like, we have nothing really diverse with respect to our programming, academics, or anything like that. I'm not going to be here if that's the initiative. So, like, please tell me now if that's what you're trying to do because I will respectfully leave.
Yeah,
like,
don't waste my time.
I made that very clear. And so going through that, they were all like, the faculty were all like, oh wow, like what do you mean? And so I like explained to them from really like fundamental levels, like first of all, like let's talk about the term diversity. When you guys are saying diversity, you mean like you want people who like when you look at a picture of them you'd be like, ooh, diverse, right? Like that's what you're wanting. But you know, I was talking about like if you think about like diversity, like education, like who are different people, like you can talk about getting more students who are like older, right? Like above a certain age. You can talk about getting like disabled students. You can talk about like all different kinds of things, right? And, you know, I really felt like the faculty actually learned a lot from me and they were really on board with a lot of things I was saying. However, once we got to administration and we pitched these ideas to them, and we're talking to like higher ups, you know, like these president of this, vice president of this, you know, provost and things like that. They were just like, well, that costs money, so we don't really want to do it.
Yep.
And that's the thing. That is what universities will do. They will have committee after committee after committee to tackle diversity issues, but all its namesake, right? They just do it because, hey, we need to say we're trying to tackle this issue and not actually do anything. And in the process of that, just like as like a warning for anybody, like be careful because like what happened to me, a lot of your ideas, your work, and things like that will get co-opted and it will get taken from you, and like people who do not deserve credit will end up getting credit for your work. So always just like be careful of that because I've experienced it way too much.
Yeah, I was put on an employee, what was it called? It had some great name. Oh. Anyway, it was the Employee Satisfaction Survey Committee where I had some name, I can't remember. It was like some very like corporate name for the committee. Um, but we had to take the results from the employee satisfaction survey. And actually the work itself was great because we did a root cause analysis. You know, we filtered, we categorized the complaints, figured out what like the biggest area of impact would be. We did a root cause analysis on it, came up with solutions. We were volunteers from across the company, so I got to work with people I'd never worked with before in different departments. I was allowed to be a lead, like the leader of my team, even though I was like probably the lowest ranking person there. So like the experience of it was actually awesome, and I was like, corporations should do this more often. But when it came time to propose the solutions we came up with, it was the same fucking thing. And it's like, so you put all these people together, you had to spend all of this time, but then we get to the end of the day and it's like, oh, you know, we don't really, like, we just wanted to be able to say that we did all of this. And in a subtle way, too, it's like, also, it's kind of your fault now that these problems still exist, because apparently you didn't come up with the right solution. So fucking ridiculous. And it was problems, too, like, it was interesting. One of the biggest problems that came through, it was very clear, it was very common, was that people didn't feel that the leadership knew them. So they're like, you know, I don't feel like the president of the company knows who I am. I don't even feel like my department head knows who I am. And these are people who are making decisions about my pay, my career. Like they're making decisions directly that impact me, because they would have to sign off if anyone got a promotion or a raise, like it would go to that level. But they're like, I walk past this person in the hallway and they clearly like do not know who I am. Like they probably don't even know that I actually work there. Um, and it was just interesting presenting that to the executives, who were like, no, that's not true. I say hi to everyone. And then my favorite was the president at the time was like, well, if I'm in an elevator and someone walks in, like, I don't know where they work, so like I'm not gonna say hi to them. Like, and he's like, there's too many people here, I can't know everyone. And it's like, that's not necessarily untrue. Like, it is hard, I'm sure, to know it. We weren't even that big of a company, like a few hundred people. um but I think what's interesting to me, my little anarchist brain, is like really what was coming through is that these people don't know me and they're making decisions about my life. But they heard these people don't know me, so they instituted these policies, like one executive had to be at every company function and had to like talk to a certain amount of people. And I was like, oh my God. And then they stopped even doing that much.
We've
But
had
it's just bullshit. And then they just for years were like, oh, we have this committee and we did the thing and everything's fine now.
we had a similar problem. So final exams are always like a big deal for some reason at our school. Like our provost like freaks the fuck out and is always like, everyone has to give a final exam. Final exams are mandatory. And it's like, okay, hear me out. If I'm a student and I have done well throughout the duration of the course, what difference does one, and also like finals are during 1 week. That's literally why it's called finals week. So imagine you have 5 classes, you have 5 final exams that each count, and like our professors love to make them count shit ton, like oh my God, like they're literally like anywhere from 20 to 25% of our grade. I had one friend who her final was 40% of her grade in the class, and these are all
Jesus.
at the same time, like, right? So you can't, like, you're trying to study for every single one and review all this course material, whereas instead we had professors who were like, hey, if you have, like, for example, an A in the class, by the time the final comes you don't have to take the final, or like if you're happy with your grade, like things like that. But professors like couldn't do that, and they actually got in trouble for doing stuff like that. And it was frustrating because I was like, does this woman like even know like our coursework? Like she doesn't understand like the nature of what we're doing, and yet she's making this like hard and fast rule, like you must give a final exam. And I was like, it just doesn't make sense. Like certain courses, sure, that's fine. And again, it should really be like the discretion of the professor, like if they feel like it's necessary or not. But I mean, again, it's just like it's policy for the sake of policy, because then
Exactly.
we can say we did it, and then it's done. Does it make
Well, and
sense? Is it good? No.
it's the obsession too with what is measurable and therefore what you can track and what you can publish. I run into that issue a lot being a trainer, because so much of what I've found to be highly, highly effective isn't effective in a way that can be neatly tracked with numbers, either from surveys or from usage stats or whatever I would have access to. Um, like I would host these. I really pushed my last year in my job to do in-person workshops for this new technology that we rolled out, and it was very effective for promoting the technology, but it was also had like some major other benefits that couldn't be tracked. Like for instance, we had a change of ownership and we had a change of leadership, and people were very, our clients are independent, so they can just choose to go somewhere else. They're not in other setups, they would be employees, but ours were independent. So they're independent business owners who were choosing to be with us, and they could just go bounce and go somewhere else. So one thing I found through the workshops is I had so many people come up and say, like, this makes me feel like this company cares about me. This is like next quality. Like, I've never sat through a corporate hosted workshop like this, and this makes me feel like this company's really like doing something different. Like, it was like loyalty, if you will, which grows. But you know, and I went back and I was trying to tell them, like, these workshops are doing a lot more than just talking about the technology. They're showing that we're investing, like, we're innovating in how we teach. They were very concerned with having support. I told them, like, a lot of these guys don't actually know how to talk, like how to close a client. So I'm finding, like, they're trusting me through this workshop. They're building a relationship with me, and they're confessing that they want things like how to close a client kind of workshops. But they wouldn't say that otherwise, because then they would be seen as like they don't know how to do their job. And these guys like really care about their reputation. Anyway, it just was all this stuff that I'm like, there's so much, for lack of a better word, there's so much like emotional work happening here. But all they wanted to see was like adoption rates of the platform. And it was like, and even that, like, I couldn't track directly from the workshop. You know, there's so many factors in what would go into someone using a technology. Um, and it's like so short-sighted and so difficult. And any leader, like any manager that would attend the workshop would see it and would be like, oh yeah, these are really important. But that never translates up to the people who checks, you know? So it just sucked. I guess my point is, like, I felt that I was doing really important, I like had found a way to do important work my last year there, and it just wasn't recognized, you know? I mean, I was recognized for doing a good job, but it was like what I was doing wasn't really seen. And that was shitty.
I think it's so hard because like it seems like academic programs they don't understand. It's like the more you don't incorporate like this personal aspect into your work, like the more like destructive the system is going to be, you know? Like I mean, that's why I just got to a point where I was like, I am not giving up my health, my body, any of that anymore for this shit. I mean, like there was a point where I really would draw this kind of like and they want you to be this way. Like I would draw this like satisfaction from being like, wow, I haven't eaten for like 7 hours because I've been so busy like studying or working on this project or writing code for this like assignment. You know, like I would and you know, like if and especially like you go to a professor and you're like, oh, can you help me with this? I've been working on it for like 4 hours now. And like it's like they want that from you. They want to see that you're literally giving your body, like your blood, sweat, and tears to like the study of this thing. And it's really gross, and it's really just fucked with me like a lot over the past few years. It's bad. It's bad.
Aw. I think I've maybe have told this story before a while ago, but I interviewed someone to join our team a few years ago, and I asked him, if your if your manager gave you a task to do that you didn't fully understand, what would you do? And he went on this whole thing about how he would like go to Google and he would look it up and he would ask coworkers and he would like look through old files to see if there was a similar thing that had been done before, and all this stuff that added up to like at least probably a full work day of work. So like 8 hours of wasted time, like between 4 and 8 hours of time. And I could tell he was like really proud of his answer, because it shows these like capitalist values of being resourceful and independent, and like, you know, not admitting that you don't know a thing, so you're like not gonna bother anyone else. And I just was like, would you just ask your manager to clarify the task for you? And he's like, oh well, you know, I don't want to bother, like I wouldn't want to bother manager with that. I'm like, but you know, because I even said specifically, I'm like, your manager gives you very little detail or unclear directions. So even in my question, I was phrasing it like putting kind of the fault on the manager. And it was just so, illuminating to me. Like, this is how we all work, right? We're fractured. We're supposed to already know everything, and there's just no sense of like we're just in this together, you know? I have this shit job. We're all here doing it. Like, let's just be a team and work together. And it was funny because I was like, I don't think he's a good fit for the team. And he got hired anyway. And then he spent 2 years, you know, driving everyone crazy. Also, I was like, I'm trying to warn you that this is the situation you're stepping into. Like, you're gonna constantly have unclear directions and not know what the fuck is going on. Oh, and yes, I was gonna say too, something that really like hurts my educational heart, my teacher heart, is the idea of tests and things, and how when I started building out training programs, it was easy to fall into these there's like when you take online learning or whatever, there's like these standard like, oh, I'm gonna show you a thing and then I'm gonna quiz you, which isn't in and of itself necessarily inherently wrong, but there's just this way of just testing memorization versus testing like actual understanding and application of a thing. And I think that's the problem, like you were talking about with these classes. Can you hear me? Mo's here?
Oh, hi, I'm here.
Okay, I was like, I can still see you.
Oh, shit. Yeah, it just, sorry, everything freaked out. The internet.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. But yeah, it's just like, it's wild to me now having this education around how people learn and how to actually effectively test for learning, that so much of what we have to do in education as a student doesn't actually help us truly learn the material, right? It just teaches us memorization, or it teaches us how to display an answer in a certain way, but it doesn't get to that deep, because there's like a pyramid of learning and comprehension where like the top of the pyramid is that you actually recontextualize what you know in a new way. And you never get to that level with stuff, right? And it sounds like, oh, that would be hard to do. But I found in creating educational material, it can be very easy to walk someone through those different levels of understanding and get them to a point at the end where you're like, okay, like come up with something new, Or you present like a different scenario and you're like, this isn't the exact scenario I taught you, so how would you apply what you know to this slightly different scenario? And that shows me that you actually understand it. And again, it's more about, I want to have exams with scores so those can be tracked and there can be an average, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Versus like people are saying, I far prefer like a project that I can work on for a while that builds on all of these concepts and puts them together in a new way.
Yeah, I think in my field in particular, there's a huge lack of desire, I think, to make people understand, because first of all, then like if I'm the teacher, I'm the instructor, right? If I'm more like elusive and stuff, then you can be like, oh, well, see, only the really smart ones will understand what I'm talking about. And they're the ones that deserve to go on and be successful and all that. Whereas for me, like I make understanding a priority. Like I remember I had a research internship, and halfway through the program, what we had to do was basically present our work. Like, what were we researching? What were we talking about? Like, what did we found so far, and things like that. And I spent a lot of time working on that. And I just remember, and of course, like, I think it was me and like two other women in the program. The rest were all guys. And I made it like a foundational principle of mine to be like, okay, I'm going to actually explain what I did. So I literally started off with just like what is this thing? Like, I had to literally slide. I was like, what is this? And I was like, okay, basic layman's terms, this is what it is. All right. Now, why do we call it this? Oh, well, because there's this and that, like all these, and I like really built upon it. And I wanted to make sure that everybody understood like what I was actually talking about. Because for me, that's better, right? Then that person walks away being like, oh, I learned something really cool and new and interesting, instead of this like elusive like idea. And there's like, oh well, I understand it, nobody else understood it, so that makes me smarter and better. And I'm like, dude, fuck the ego, just like be simple, explain shit so we can all understand and learn. That's why we're here, right? But there's just such a lack of desire to do that, because at the foundation of it, academic programs get off on being exclusive. That's just what they
Of
want.
course. Yeah. I mean, it's sad. It shouldn't be that way, but yeah, it absolutely is. And that translates again into workspaces, because I've worked for so many people who still have that kind of attitude of like, I know how to do this thing. I'm not going to tell you how to do it because then it threatens my job security. And it's like, but I mean, maybe it does in certain situations, sure, but largely, like, the more that you become a source of improvement, like, you're gonna do well in a corporate space. If people around you do better, your team does better, your projects do better, like, you're gonna become a person who does all right. That's how I, like, clawed my way up to finally having a specialization after starting out literally in the mailroom. Is like, people just noticed that when I was on a project, that project did better. So eventually over time, like, I had opportunities to try out different jobs and find something that fit, and just be in different spaces. But yeah, I've worked with so many people who are like, I'm just gonna like hold on to this as my dead, you're gonna have to rip it out of my dead hands kind of attitude. And I've even had like managers and executives do that, and it's like, you shouldn't even be doing this work, like someone else should be doing this work at this point, but they would like hang on to just having control over stuff. And it's just so ironically, it's not productive, which we're always told capitalism is all about productivity, but it's like in so many ways it's really not at all.
I If I want to like, okay, sorry, Kavely, I just saw your comment. Having
You
thoughts
can.
on protecting your mind and body from. Yes, okay. This is very important. Yes, 100%. Okay, so one of the things that I did was I was able to do a lot, but I did it in a bad way. So, like I said, I would just go hours and not eat anything, not because I was trying to like intentionally starve myself, but just because I was like, I'm too busy. I have too much going on. I have too much work. I was running on little food, little sleep, pushing myself to the limit because I just, I wanted to have that resume, right? I wanted to be good at like all of these things. Um, I would honestly just say, like, it's not worth it. It's not. Like, pick each year. If so, like, I'm the kind of person where I do enjoy a like wide range of things, right? So if you're not that way and you only enjoy like a couple things, then great. Like, you can probably just do one or two things. Like, if that means extracurriculars, if that means research, whatever it is, and you can stick to that. But if you're somebody like me who likes to kind of dabble in a lot of stuff, like each year, so I would say like, your freshman year, if you say like, hey, I want to really do like work with like campus recruitment or something like that, or I want to work with like incoming students, like high school or whatever, like dedicate your freshman year to like that kind of work and let that be like the thing you focus on. Then like your sophomore, you say, well, I want to like really get into more into like my coursework and my major. So then like that year, dedicate that time to just like plugging in. Maybe you want to get an internship, you want to do like something like that, or you want to try research, like go into that. And then also, that's a good way of knowing that you've explored a lot of your options, because you might find something that you're like, wow, this is just all I want to do. I just want to do this like one thing. and then great, you can continue doing that. But what I was doing was I was doing all of this like simultaneously, and that was bad. Like, no bueno, do not recommend. Don't do that. So I think like dedicating time, and that also, that gives you the chance to like explore a lot of different things while also not like burning yourself out like long term.
Yeah, that's really great advice. And I would say too, just from like a post college advice, like corporate advice, is to, if you know what you want to do, or even if you have an idea of what you want to do, it is really helpful to see if you can find and network with people who already do that thing, especially if they are in some kind of position where they have interviewed people for that type of position. They don't necessarily have to be a manager. Like, I've interviewed people for positions related to my field without being an actual manager. But it can just help you focus on, like, that person can be real with you and just tell me, what do I actually need to get ahead in this industry? Because I think when you're in college, there's also this sense of like throwing everything at the wall. There's an environment of like, you have to be the best candidate possible. So I think having someone with that, and also it's helpful because then if that person's company is hiring, you kind of have an in, so it works in that level as well. But it can just be a nice way to get like, okay, what do I actually need to know and do, and what can put me ahead of other people without making me sick? So for instance, I say that because I networked with a lot of other instructional designers, and I've also been on the other side of like helping to hire people into a training capacity. And what I found out, having a portfolio puts you ahead of 90% of other people. And I can make a portfolio without killing myself, right? Like, that's something that's very, I mean, I haven't finished mine, so I'm not going to say it's very easy. Mo, it's a lot of work. But it's something like, I don't need to have like these ridiculous expensive courses. I don't need to have this and that stuff that like from the outside you'll be told that you do need to have to present yourself. I've had people be like, from the inside, I can tell you, if you have a fucking portfolio, you're ahead of everyone. Like, it's shocking how many people do not put together a portfolio. So I would just say that from like a professional aspect is like, find people in your field and pick their brain about like, what do I really need to have a good shot? And then that can help you find like a much more manageable, reasonable kind of way to go about things. And I would say too, like, try to have, if you have a passion, nurture it as a passion. Like, let it be an escape and resist the urge to commodify it in some way. You
Yes.
know, like, I like cooking, I like writing, I like graphic design, and yes, in some ways those things have filtered into what I do for this. But this is kind of the extension of me doing stuff I'm passionate about that was not commodified for a long time. But yeah, something like cooking, like, I had a food blog for a while and it killed it for me. I didn't like it. And so now cooking is the thing I do to get away from all the other stuff. And it's just mine.
Yeah, I mean, I know, like,
Reading shitty novels, right?
yeah, those slutty romance novels, I swear to
Yes.
God, that shit,
Watching bad rom-coms. You
that
gotta
shit
love it.
is my escape. No, but like, Kavely knows, she and I danced together for a really long time. Yeah, like, going to the studio on Saturdays, that was like literally an escape for me. I would be having a
Yeah.
shitty ass week at school and be like, you know what? For like a few hours today, I get to teach kids and I get to
Oh,
take classes
I
and just
love teaching kids.
enjoy, like, and it really was an escape because I felt like I was with, and also like, there's something too about being around people who sort of understand your existence, like, with like my dance teacher, with like my friends. It's like we all get, I don't know, we just like have this like understanding of what it's like to be like an Indian American woman growing up here, having these experiences, like, and it just felt nice, it felt validating, like, and that like like my dance teacher loves me because of who I am, like not because I bring her some kind of like profit or I'm this like
Yeah.
success story. You know, it's like I don't know, it's just like being around people who value you for the things that like actually matter. That's so important because yeah, like being in college there is just this like replaceability culture. You constantly feel
Yes.
like, oh, you don't want to be my research assistant? Well, guess what? I've got 5 other people waiting who would love to be in my research group. And you're like, and you just feel that constantly, you know, like somebody else could be doing what I'm doing. Somebody else can easily come and replace me if I don't keep up. And just being around people who are like, you know what, we just like love you and think that you yourself are like a special and important person. Like that's the kind of validation that goes like a long way.
Yes. It's kind of a weird extension of rape culture, huh? Where it's this, because it sounds so similar to like, well, if you don't want to put out, like, there's other girls who will kind of mentality. And it's just this like, it's just like in every way we're conditioned to do stuff that we don't want to do with our bodies because we're like, well, okay, I guess, like, I have to, I don't really feel good about it, but I'm being told like that's the thing that a good person does. And it's just so fucking like draining and gross. And yeah, I agree. I think finding people to connect with on just a really authentic level is just so where they don't want anything from you is just really, really important. Um, Kavely, if I can add something too before we move on, I would say be careful about like I don't actually like going to networking events because I feel like those actually enhance the bullshit of what you need to do stuff because a lot of people don't really know, so they'll just repeat stuff that they've heard. um, for instance, like I've been an entrepreneur for a long time and I used to go to entrepreneurial networking events. And then I realized that it was a bunch of bullshit because so many people there hadn't actually really done anything, but they were all talking like of all the stuff that you're supposed to say and do as an entrepreneur, which is like basically like work yourself to death for free and then hope and pray that something like makes you money. Um, so what I started to do was looking at like other podcasters. Like right now, I go on like people I respect. I go on their Patreon and see how much they're making. And then I look at their subscriber count and then I kind of like look at what they do and I'm like, "Oh, like Thought Slime. Thought Slime has been blowing up, but like he doesn't have like in terms of the internet that many followers and he makes plenty of money to live off of and he does whatever he wants. And so it's like, okay, like I can take some tips from that and like understand how I can carve my own niche in this space. But I just want to warn, like, if you go to networking events, you'll probably leave it feeling overwhelmed and like having this huge list of stuff you need to do that you don't actually need to do. Because most of the people there are trying to look like they know things, but they don't actually know anything. Because that would happen to me too, going to like trainer stuff and like networking with other trainers, and you'd hit so many of them would just be like, oh, blah, blah, like, oh, I have all these certificates and all this stuff and blah. And then I found like a group of independent consultants who like had been doing the work for a while, and I would talk to them and they're like, girl, just have a fucking portfolio, do a couple projects, you're fine. Like, you don't need all that stuff.
I think we should really like normalize making achievements like later in life as well.
Oh,
I
Mo,
just
my heart just like, yes.
I like
As an old, I would say thank you. Yes.
as a huge person.
Yes, as an undead mother. Yeah.
I just like I mean, look, the great thing about college is like there are quite a few resources, and I definitely would say, you know, like the good thing is you do get a lot of things for free, or it's like a part of like your tuition or something like that. So that is like a nice benefit, but you don't have to have achieved everything in a span of like 4 fucking years, even though that is what they all want you to think. You don't have to, you know, like and again, like that's like me realizing all this stuff now, like at the end, like fuck, I really didn't have to push myself that hard to do so much now. Like you have a life, even if that means like, and that's why I'm saying like for me, and also like my atheism does play like a big part in this, because like I've kind of realized like I only have one fucking life, so I might as well just goddamn enjoy it. Like, I
Yep.
mean, and honestly, that is like just the truth. Like, so that's why I said, like I was like, like telling like my friends, yeah, you know what might happen? I might graduate and say, fuck all this. I want to just sit in bed and read books for an entire year, read shitty rom coms for a year. And you know what? If that is something that is going to give me joy and allow me to heal from all this fucking trauma I've incurred over the last 4.5 years, then fine, I will do it. And guess what? Later on, I'll make other achievements. And who knows, maybe in my 30s, I'll be doing something totally different. But you know what? I'm alive. I still have a life. I'm still growing and learning as a person even after college.
Love that. I love that so much. And I think, too, what I've discovered is that, yes, you may miss out on opportunities that way, but those opportunities tend to railroad you into the type of life that you don't want anyway. And I think that can be really powerful if you can like truly internalize that and accept it. Is that sure, if you take a year off, say you may not get into a graduate program that you want to get into, that would be a huge opportunity. But it also may, do you know what I'm saying? Like people are like, oh, I went to this college, and it's like, sure, and that gives you some clout, but it also puts you, the people who are going to care about that are the kind of people who are going to replicate these behaviors, right? So yeah, it may open you up to certain jobs, but they're going to be jobs that are expecting you to be this overachieving type of person and have those type of environments. Not always in every case, but it's just helped me a lot to be like, making my own way took a lot longer and it was hard, and maybe I didn't get as high as I could have with help, but I also was able to find things that worked for me. And so some of the stuff I missed out on, I can kind of let go of, because that would have put me in situations where I would have had to behave in a way that didn't actually feel good or natural to me. Like if I went to, like when I was a kid, I was like, I'm going to Harvard, I'm going to Harvard. And it's like, maybe I could have gotten into Harvard. Like I think I had the grades for it, but like, I didn't have it that, even by then, like you had to be so well-rounded and be into all these things and whatever. And it's like, okay, maybe if my parents had helped me and different things had worked out, maybe I could have gotten into Harvard. But then I would have been at Harvard. I would have been a poor person at Harvard, in that environment, and the doors that would have opened for me would have been more environments like that around people that I didn't want to be around, that I didn't click with at all. I would have felt like a total loner. So it's like I can make a sort of peace with that. I can make a sort of peace with the fact that that's not where my life went, and that's okay, because it would have put me on a path for something that I didn't really want anyway. Or I've realized, I guess, that I didn't want. I used to, when I was younger, I was like, by 30, I'm going to be this like badass professional woman boss who's like making all this money. And then by 30, I was like, ew, like, I don't want anything to do with that. I was like, do not promote me. I don't want to manage people. I have no interest in that. Just leave me alone in a corner. Let me make pretty things. Ugh.
Yeah, I did that happened to me like this summer, because I was like this past summer I was like freaking out because I was like I don't know what I want to do with my life. And like I sat down, I was like talking to my mentor, and like after talking and talking and talking, that was when I finally decided that I wanted to pursue like inclusion and diversity and accessibility within STEM education for like minoritized students. Like I realized like that was what I wanted to do. And I remember telling her, I was just like, oh my god, like I just like I'm so happy, like finally like figured out like what I wanted, like what I wanted to do. And she kind of laughed at me, and I was like, like what's so funny? And she just said like, it's just so nice that like you are taking like your future so seriously, in the sense that it matters to you to take time to be like, hey, I really want to figure out what I want out of my life. What are my goals?
Yeah.
What are the things I want to do? Because she said, you're like your friends right now who graduated with a degree that they hate, who are doing a job that they're like, oh yeah, it's great, but like it's like okay, but whatever, I'm making a lot of money. They will be like, in their 30s or 40s at a bar drunk on like Tuesday night happy hour being like, bro, where the fuck did my life go? And I was
Yep.
like, yeah, I don't
I've
want to
worked with
be
a lot of those people.
I don't want to be that person. So like, yeah, honey, if you need to take a year, like 1 year off to do like just nothing and just breathe
Yeah.
and exist, like go fucking do it. They like a lot of what these people tell you is just lies. I think they just want to
Yeah.
replicate misery. I mean, honestly, like that's just what I think. Like they're miserable, so they then want you to be miserable. You don't have to choose that for yourself. You can choose to carve your own path. And yes, like it might be harder, it might take longer, it might mean you miss out on opportunities, but yeah, at the end of the day, like it's the life you created, and like you're existing in a way that you feel comfortable with, not like you're doing some gross shit where you're performing for people that is like making you feel like bad about yourself, and every day you come home and you're just like, what am I doing with my life?
Yep. Yeah, that's how I would feel at those entrepreneurial networking events because it was all like white dudes who had like trust funds or, you know what I mean? They had access to wealth somewhere and they were just like looking for some hot idea to like co-op, like steal basically and make money off of. And there's just all these scripts about like how you're supposed to behave and be. And I would go home and just feel like shit. And then it finally occurred to me one day that I'm like, they're shit. They're out here like they haven't actually done anything and they're talking about all this stuff and like they probably feel like shit all the time because they know they're phonies, you know? Or they don't. Who it's hard to know with that crew. But yeah, it's yeah, like I I think if I went back in time and told my younger self that like my big career goal would be to be making anti-capitalist, anarchist, queer media for the internet and just trying to make enough to like live, um, I just would have been like, you're crazy, but also I'm intrigued. You know what I mean? Like, I just think like there's no way I could have foreseen that this would be what I wanted to do and the culmination of all my skills and interests. It took me a very long time to get here, but it's great. It's wonderful. And to some people, it's cool, and to other people, it's a joke. It's like you had this career that you left to do what, where. Um, but yeah, you just have to like take that time. Like I did next to nothing all year, and I needed to do next to nothing all year. I deeply needed that.
Yeah, and I would say like don't live with like regret. I mean, I know that's like a really hard. I mean, that kind of sounds like something cheesy to say, but like, truly, like I know there was a girl who I was in class with, and even though she was doing chemical engineering, she wanted to be a physician's assistant. She wanted to go to PA school. And all she would ever do, she was the most infuriating person ever. All she would ever do is bitch about how she wasted her life and like wasted her time by doing chemical engineering. And like, I get a lot of people asking me that. They're like, oh, like, yeah, you did engineering and math, but like now you're not even going into that. And it's like, no, you don't understand. Like, I'm glad that I did this because it gave me the perspective I need to now do the work that I want to do. Like,
Exactly.
yes, it's okay. Like, that's what I think, like, that awareness is like, if you know what you're doing, you're aware and stuff like that. Like, don't let what anybody else says, like, bother you. I
Yeah.
mean, like, you are making, like, all of us have our own path in life, and all of your lived experiences do come into play somehow, some way. I mean, it's even like you can be in a relationship with somebody and it might have been really great, it might have been really toxic, but a lot of times there is something like you learn from that, right? So in a way, like it might have been rough, you might have suffered, but there's something you got out of that that maybe like you're really grateful for. But I wouldn't call that time like wasted time,
Yeah.
and like in a way that's like that's the joy, and that's also like the burden of life, so like you might as well just kind of accept it and just be like, you know what, I'm going through this, some things are going to be great, some things are not, but every day I'm learning something, so that's, I guess, something to be grateful for.
Yeah. Yeah, there's so much Fetish. Why can I never say that word? Fetishizing? That's not the word I want, but I mean, it is the word I want, but anyway. We fetishize so much, like youth and youthful accomplishments, and this idea of like even just the way we ask kids, what do you want to do when you grow up? It's like, leave them the fuck alone. Like, why are you asking that? And then we romanticize these stories about people of like, oh, from the age of 3, she's always said she wanted to be a doctor, and now she is. And it's like, cool. I mean, I've known people like that, and that's cool. Like, if you do actually know, and that's the path you stay on, and it's satisfying for you. But I would say for 95% of people, if not more, that is not how life goes. And for a lot of people too, they just kind of end up falling into a job and a career path. And I love talking to people about their jobs. So I've talked to so many people about their jobs. And the number one question I always ask right out of the bat is, I'm like, do you love what you do? What do you love about it? And if you don't, like, is there something that you would have loved to have done? Or, I just like ask them about their interests. And it's amazing how many people are like, my job's fine. It pays the bills. And I kind of like, through these weird circumstances, ended up doing this thing. And I think like, yeah, we just have this weird idea that there's something wrong and broken with us and different with us if we don't if we're not born with this clear goal in mind, or if we don't know it by the time we're graduating high school. And it's like, that's so rare for that to actually happen for anyone. And for most people, even when they have that, it means that they end up being in a field that they realize they don't actually want to be in.
Oh, so true. So true.
And that's what I hate about college too, just the way it's set up. And I guess the cost of it is like, I think education, and I know you agree, should be this like lifelong passion projects. And so this idea that you like go to college for 4 years and it's expensive, and then your life is different after, and you're not like a student anymore, is just so weird to me. And I changed my majors so many times because I would get into the major and then I would be like, this isn't anything that I thought it was, And I feel like that should be more, like, that makes me look flaky, and it did make me waste money. But it's like, but what's my alternative? To stay in something that I know for a fact is not going to be a good fit? And I mean, a lot of people out there would be like, yeah, that's what I did. And now I'm miserable.
I think college is, in a way, it's the place you get to that breaks you, in the sense that it makes you become comfortable and content with existing rather than living.
Yes.
And that is...
Say it.
That is just, like, once I realized that, I was like, I'm not fucking with this shit anymore. I'm not doing that. No, because like, I mean, it's just, yeah, like, I mean, I remember even just saying, like, after, like, I was, like, saying to somebody, like, man, once I graduate, I think I'd like to learn, like, calligraphy or, like, graphic design or something like that.
Calligraphy is so fun. I think you said that to me recently, and I can't get it out of my head. I'm like, I used to practice calligraphy, and I haven't done it in years. And lately, I'm like, oh, I want to get back into lettering. That'd be so fun.
Yeah,
and we should do it together. We should send each other. We should make like cards for each other. That'd be fun.
I would be totally down with that.
All right, let's do it. It's a plan.
I like just and like people just look at me like I'm on drugs or something. They're like, right. What do you mean you want to like learn? I'm like,
what is the value of that? And it's like, it's fun and it's pretty.
I don't know. But I think like that's the thing, is like we get so used to like, if I'm learning something, I'm learning it because it's going to result in this end product, whether that means more money, like, or I'm going to get this certification, so that means I get a higher position, that means I get this training, so that means I'm more qualified, like all of these kinds of things. And instead of saying, what do you want to learn because you want to learn it? What do you want to do because you just want to do it? Like, that is just so like washed out of us from just like the grind of doing college, that like we can't even think about things being pleasurable or fun anymore.
Right. Which to me, college should be a space to have exposure to and access to different things to find out if they're pleasurable and interesting. Right? Not to get railroaded into um, a certain path, and also to be told like to pursue pleasure is a waste of time. It should be a space where it's like, here are all the things, come try them out, see what you like. And then if you really like one of them or two of them, then you can find out like a lot more about it. I just think that's so undervalued. I've had people tell me that kind of like insinuate that I'm flaky because I'm into like graphic design and writing and education. And I'm like, but those things have all so beautifully enhanced each other. And also, I just like them. Like, I don't understand what the problem is. But it's like, oh, like you're all, like people have said, like, oh, you're all over the place. And it's like, oh, just like, I feel bad for your spouse. I feel bad for your children, your friends. You seem like you're not very much fun.
I I had a friend. This was like also a very pivotal point for me. I had a friend who's a couple years older than me, and she had graduated, and she and her boyfriend decided just spontaneously to move out west because they were like, we just want to live in the desert for a while. And I was like, okay, girl, go you. And so she's also an atheist, and she like we were having dinner one night, and she told me, she was like, any minute, any moment, every moment that you are not happy is like a waste of life. And I was just like, oh, like that, just like, oh my God. Or like you're not doing something that at least is helping you live the life that you eventually want to live or are trying to get to. Like that just like, that has been ingrained into my head like ever
Yeah.
since. And it, once you like really internalize that stuff, you realize like all this other shit that you feel like so much importance on, like even things, you know, like I remember somebody telling me like, and in like so many years, like once I graduated high school, like, nobody's gonna remember your ACT score, like you're probably not even gonna remember
Yeah.
your ACT score. And I was just like, fuck. Like that's so, but like think about how much pressure we put on ourselves and other students to like get like these perfect, like make a 36 on your ACT, and it's just like, and then when you're like on your deathbed and you're dying, you literally won't remember that.
Right. I mean, honestly, even your GPA doesn't count for much, and even the school you went to doesn't actually count. Even what you majored in a lot of cases, doesn't count. It's literally, they just, and then I'm talking like, obviously, if you're in a field where you need a certain degree, yes. And then if you're in an industry where, certain college, like certain universities or colleges will get you in the door or prevent you from getting in the door, yes. But I'm talking like general population, literally, and I've been told this by multiple HR managers, they're literally just looking to see that you went to college. They don't care what you majored in, they don't care where you went, they don't care what your grades were. They're just looking to see that you committed to 4 years, that you're able to financially do that, and that you graduated, you managed to graduate. That's most of what they care about for most jobs. And it's like, yeah, when you realize that, you're like, fuck, this whole thing is a fucking scam. And I like what she said. It reminds me of like profit is stolen wages. Is kind of like unhappiness is stolen life, in this like capital, like because of capitalism sort of way. Dude.
So too real.
Fuck capitalism. Also, I wanted to point out, Koch, I thought this was very funny.
Oh my God.
Saying make sure to monetize our calligraphy cards on Etsy.
Make a Pink Spots Etsy shop.
Oh, I've gotten like having this year off and then starting these new projects. Like I have gotten so much more into graphic design, and I used to draw a bit. I'm not like a great drawer, but I have a little bit of natural talent. enough to be dangerous, if you will. And like I'm just amazed at how much lately I'm craving to like take a drawing class and then experiment with like hand-drawn graphics for stuff. And yeah, it would benefit my work, I guess, but it honestly is really, I'm just very like project oriented, so it's fun for me to learn a skill for a project. Um, but yeah, it's just like amazing having this time off, how much like so many of my passions are coming back and I want to explore them again just for fun, just for myself. And yeah, maybe also to benefit the work that I do, but like I just feel bad for younger me, you know? I really do. And just for all of us, like I feel bad for all of us. Bye, Cavely, if you're still here. Um, yeah, just so much time, like for you, talking to you and just like how ridiculous your schedule was, and just that there's not time to like just be a human, sleep, you know, read books, like whatever, just like to be a person.
I
I
think
think
too.
one of the best things about me is my love of puzzles, and I cannot, unless
Nice.
I start some kind of some weird ASMR channel for puzzle doing, I guess. There's no way for me to monetize that, but it really is like such a foundational part of who I am. And it's just sad that that's like, that doing a puzzle would be seen as a waste of time, right?
I think like too. I didn't realize this, but so like I'm also like a math major, and this past semester was the first time I've been taking like basically all math classes. So I was in like class with math majors like all the time. First of all, they're basically all guys. Okay, do
First of all,
nothing. First of all, I'm telling you that's like context you need to know.
right off the top already, I'm like, I'm with you, girl.
All they do is math. Like, I'm
Yeah.
not kidding. All they
Yeah.
talk about and do is math. Which, like, again, I mean, if that truly is like your one and only passion in life, then like, great, I support you. Go ahead. But I like, I just don't.
You're like anything else?
Yeah, I think it's so weird for me to be like, like, oh yeah, yeah, I have this performance on Saturday, like on the weekend, and then like, and they're just like, what? Like you do something that's not math,
That's not math? Like, doesn't that compute?
and they don't like, and it's so hard too because, like, I mean, the stereotypical, like, think of the most stereotypical, like, socially awkward, like got like nerdy kind of guys, like these are the people who are in my math classes. And like I get up here and I'm making these like PowerPoint presentations with like super fun colors and all that. I'm just like, hey everyone, we're gonna talk about Bezier curves today. Okay, so I'm like, those like super cool fonts you see in Microsoft Word, that's Bezier curves, and I'm like really excited and like
See, now
energetic.
I'm interested because I love fonts.
Like, yeah, think of your favorite font that was made with a mathematical curve. Like, and people are, and they're just like sitting there looking at me like what? And,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's really, really disheartening to see stuff like that. But I promise you are not the only one. There are those of us who are like, we are all struggling in this together. Like being different in any field is such a pain in the ass because you just feel like nobody
Yes.
perpetually understands you, and everybody thinks you're like a fucking joke and this weird anomaly and you don't belong. But you know what? Fuck the status quo.
Fuck the status quo. I love that. Yeah, and I was gonna I didn't bring it up during the main episode, but I had been reading, I think with everything happening with COVID and stuff, I had just been reading about like science and research and the process, because it was interesting to me that the urgency of COVID made a lot of people, instead of waiting for stuff to be peer reviewed and kind of like keeping research to themselves, scientists from around the world were actually sharing research with one another and just being like, this is what I've come up with, and it hasn't been proven yet, but like this is what I've got. And I just love that so much. Like I think it's great. But anyway, also I was reading that they had proven that, I think it's philosophy, and I could be wrong about that, but I think they had shown that if scientists study philosophy, it like greatly enhances their work as a scientist. And they were showing that, like, because you were talking before about that connection between like music and medicine, right? And the thing that people get wrong about that stuff is they think like, oh, if I just force myself to like study music or play an instrument, then somehow that enhances my ability to be in like a medical field. But it's like, no, it's what it's doing to your brain, and it's the practice of enjoying it, and it's also getting you into what's called diffuse mode thinking, which is like when you're not focused on the thing that you're actually trying to work on. So it's like the reason that you have so many great ideas in the shower, for instance, is because it's working in the background, but you're not like putting your full attention on it. So it's things like that. Like it opens up new pathways in your brain. It's not like literally just sitting down and playing music. That's not what is giving you. Anyway, I just think about all the poor kids out there who are forced to play violin so they'll be a doctor someday, and it's like that's not it's not gonna help. Um, but to your point, yeah, it's okay to like be into a certain thing and to kind of be like obsessive about it, but it just is gonna limit you if you're not allowing your brain to ever work in a different way. That's where creativity comes in. And something I love that you talk about is the beauty that you see, the beauty and creativity in math and like STEM studies. And I just think that that's so lost on people, that there is like a beauty to it and that you can be creative in that, but it requires a bit of that like more it requires you to have some exposure to like different avenues of thought. Oh,
Yeah.
I can hear your earrings. They sound so cute.
Oh, like.
Yeah.
I was like, I need some giant ass super
They're
thin earrings.
beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm jealous. I don't have any earrings that big. That needs to change.
I
Yeah,
like.
I love them.
It's just funny. Okay, I swear to God, I do not say this to like roast anybody, but like white culture is just so funny to me because I remember for a long time, white people would come up to me and they'd be like, "Wow, Indian culture is so exotic and colorful," and I didn't get it for a long time. I was like, "Have you not seen colors? Like I don't understand." Like they would say that, and then I went to American weddings and it all made sense.
Yes.
I was like, wow. Like
You're like, I get it now. I get it.
It's just so funny because like, I mean, like, and again, like there's to each their own, totally get it. Some people look at Indian clothes and think they're gaudy and over the top. And like, honestly, yeah, but
you're like, and
that's why I love it.
Yeah.
Funny because like you literally see like a bride walking down and she's just like basically draped in like a white sheet and they're like, wow. And I'm like, I get it now. Now I get it. And then like they see us and like all this stuff and they're like, it's so colorful.
Their little white brains are like I cannot compute. It's so funny. I used to work weddings, and it is when you work multiple weddings, you just start to be like the homogeny is just overwhelming. You're like this is so the same, and it's so hard because the person who's getting married, it's like their big day, but you're like, girl, literally just from the color palette, like I don't even know, which one are you? You know what I mean? It's just kind of soul crushing that there's such a script for it. And not to say there's not a script for like what you do in every culture, of course there is, but yeah, it's just like the washed out, like everything's kind of the same and the bride's like always the same, and it's just like, man, it's just very depressing. I used to get really depressed working weddings, just being like, this is such a big deal for you, but like, is it? Like, do you feel like you're really here having this experience?
I have a whole I have so many feelings about weddings, like especially just because like I've been to some pretty exotic like Indian weddings. And I remember the last one I went to, it was at this really, really fancy venue in it was in downtown Nashville, and it you could tell it cost like a lot of money. And I just remember sitting there being like, are they even like the bride and groom, like are they even enjoying this, or is it really to put on a show for everybody else?
Yeah.
And I was like, eh.
Yeah. Well, one of your favorite topics that we've never actually talked about, I don't think, Indian matchmaker,
Oh my
Indian matchmaking,
fucking
that
god.
fucking show. I was just, that was what was occurring to me while I was watching that show is like, are any of these poor people even like present in this extremely expensive wedding situation at all?
People will be like it's so funny because like Indian like aunties and uncles, they'll be like, we have the lowest divorce rate, nobody gets divorced in India. I'm like, and yet you all still hate each other. What?
Right.
Like you're not
It
happy?
doesn't mean you're happier. That's one of those funny what is it? It's just one of those funny things where it's like that is a fact. However, how you look at the reasoning behind that changes the significance of it greatly. Um, but yeah, no, and even in like white weddings, you know, like so many times. Like I can't tell you how many times I cleared the bride's plate off and she had not eaten any of the food because she hadn't had time to sit down. And I would like my friends who've gotten married too, you know, I'll talk to them after and they're like, I literally don't remember anything from the entire day. And it's like, so yeah, and you know, they'll be like, oh, I had to go talk to everyone and thank everyone and do all this stuff and do these different dances and all these things. And it's like, that wasn't for them at all, you know? And it's fine, like, if that is what they wanted. But I have just had so many friends where they kind of get caught up in the planning and people's expectations. And then the big day is actually like a day to get through. So you can like get to the honeymoon and finally be like, okay, this is something that's at least for me now. I'd be so mad. Are you kidding me? I paid so much for this shit and I'm eating. You all can sit and watch me eat. I'm eating. It's my day.
Like, yes,
like
seriously. It's just
like I'm going to have the best meal I can ever fucking fathom. I'm going to eat it. I'm going to sit there. I'm going to chew slow. I'm going to sip my wine. You all can watch.
you can watch me eat my meal that I paid an arm and a leg
Stay
for.
away from me because I don't like talking while I'm eating. You stay over there. Yeah.
It's so funny because yeah, like like all my Indian friends and I, like we all had like a huge like conversation about Indian matchmaking like afterwards and stuff like that. But it's so funny because like this is such a common thing with like Indian parents. They'll like they have like mutual friends and they both have like children at the same time, and they literally will be like, I like my mom has literally said to me like, you know, they had like my mom and dad had this like mutual friend, and he had a son like a little bit before they had me. And my mom was like, it was always my dream that you two would like grow up and get married. And that's that kind of stuff happens all the time. And they'll talk about like compatibility. So it like the first baseline is like, oh, I think you two would be like a really nice match. And it's like, okay, like why? And is like, well, he's really good looking and he's a doctor. And I'm like,
I mean,
and
I'm not interested, however.
I was like,
and
and
they're like, and you're a woman.
and you
Need I say more?
I was like, oh.
That's so funny. It's so weird how people are about like kids and expectations too. Because isn't there something a little incestual about that? Like, oh, we grew up together and then we're just gonna like be together forever and not really like know anyone else. I don't know. It's just a little weird to me.
It's very weird. It's very, very weird.
Yeah, that show was so disappointing to me because at first I was like, oh, cool, like I'm gonna get to learn about like a different culture. And then it was like, oh, this is like I don't want to walk away from this as a white person thinking I know anything about Indian culture around marriage. because it just seems so capitalist, I guess. Like it was so
Yeah.
focused on I don't know. Do you know what I'm saying? Like I was like, "Oh, like this is cool insight and like I get to learn about something," cuz for some reason I think because they set up in the beginning where they were kind of explaining things a lot. So I was like, "Oh, like neat, I get to learn." But then I just had this feeling partway through where I'm like, I better not, like, I'll watch this, but I better not assume I know anything in particular because.
Yeah, I think like so like the thing that was really frustrating is like if you're doing this in India, it's one thing. But if you're doing this in
Mhm.
America with like especially people like me who've been raised in the US, so we have like a different mentality and a mindset,
Yeah.
like that shit's not gonna work. Like just because two people have like a similar career and do similar stuff doesn't mean that they're like compatible. And like Indian people don't fundamentally get that. They're just like, what? But you're both like attractive people and have like a good
You both
job.
like the color green and you're both in STEM. And it's like, well,
Like, well, it turns out there's a lot more to a relationship than that.
that's so
And
funny.
God, and like, yeah, like guys in India, it was just like it was so frustrating seeing, like basic stuff like, hey, women nowadays sometimes like to not get married because they like to have their freedom and independence, and husbands usually tend to take that away from them. And this guy is like, I never knew. And I'm like,
It's like the galaxy brain meme. Just like, yeah. Yeah, I think that was part of what bothered me about it is that it was here and it was with a lot of people who are Indian American. And then there's this I think they did it for drama, right? There was just this inherent clash between this like old school mentality and this new mentality. But in my head, well, I guess part of it was the parents hiring her, supposedly. But in my mind, I was just like some of the people hired her themselves. And I was like, why would you go to her and not someone else? Like, I just don't understand why you would go to someone who's immediately like putting you down and trying to put you in this box that doesn't fit. And I think they did it because I'm assuming she worked for those people for free. Like, there's the teacher guy who clearly didn't have any money.
yeah.
And she seemed like, oh, I work with like high end people. So I'm like, I don't think she was slumming it for this guy and like charging him a lower rate. Anyway, but she was like giving that guy so much shit and just like, I don't know, the whole thing was just weird. And I was like, I just knew, I was like, a lot of this is just to create drama. And like,
Mhm.
it felt to me like they were trying to lean into some stereotypes. So I was like, let my white ass not not think I know anything about this, and I'll
It
just
was
watch it for
so
entertainment.
like Aparna, oh my god, I had so many thoughts about her, and her mom was like, I wanted no less than 3 degrees. And I was like, this is the kind of shit, I swear to God.
Oh, her mother. Oh.
I was like, can we just take a minute? Like, I really wish like more people would have a conversation. I was like, why do we all have toxic parents? Guys, come
Yes.
on. This is so bad.
Well, and that's what I mean too is that like I had so like from talking to you and like other people that I've known, it's like I know that some of these things are actual issues. It's not that I'm thinking that they're not real, but like we're yeah, like I don't want to be presented this stuff as drama and not have like a larger conversation about like, well, why is it like this, and are we trying to do something different, and like old values versus new values, and like let's have something productive around it versus just like. But it was just trash TV, so once I accepted that, it was fine.
Oh yeah,
I'm
it
like, this
definitely
is just as garbage as like Matchmaker, Millionaire Matchmaker, and that's fine. That's diversity, baby, right?
it's
Let's
trash, but with
take this.
people of color.
See, take the same old shitty formula and use it for everyone. And you know what? I will tune in. I'm part of the problem. I will. Any kind of dating reality TV, I will watch it. Well, my dear, how are you feeling? I don't want to keep you too long.
I feel good. I feel good. Is everybody enjoying our like random conversations at this point?
This is like the real episode.
Happy hour.
Like we did, yeah, happy hour. We did your formal interview, and now we're having like the laid back episode.
This is when like the blazers come off, and it's like
the makeup starts to get smudged. Oh, I'm starving. I can't wait to eat something.
Oh.
I tried to eat a big breakfast too, and it's just like I can never time it quite right.
I sadly cannot eat a big breakfast. That's another thing college will fuck up for you is when you eat.
Yes.
You will literally just go all day and be like, oh, I haven't eaten. And you're like,
fuck. Latasha. I was going to say, Mo, don't betray us. That's so funny. Now you get to experience them being like, no, 5 more minutes.
Please don't.
I was also thinking today, I'm like, oh, Mo's the one who always comments on my
Am I frozen? Sorry. Okay. I'm just going to say I cannot see Nicole right now, so I don't know. Can anybody hear me? Hold on. Ah, fuck the internet.
I can hear you.
Sorry, guys. Okay, I think I'm back. Am I back?
You're back for me.
Okay, cool. Sorry.
Well, you were always here for me.
Oh,
I should say, am I back for you?
Okay, yes, you are back for me. Okay, cool.
I said that and then I realized I'm like, that's not helpful.
That's not helpful.
Oh my god, 90 Day Fiancé, I couldn't watch it. I was so mad. Granted, I always do this. I start from the beginning, and shows like that are, even worse in the beginning. But it was way too, like, colonizer, assimilate to white culture bullshit.
God. That's why I feel like so many of my friends are, like, into The Bachelor. Like, oh my god. None of those, I cannot watch any of those.
Yeah, that stuff I don't watch. But, I mean, I don't judge. I just, can't watch it myself.
I just love how, like, the guy is shocked. He's like, wait, you mean dating 15 women at once was a bad idea? And I'm
like, yeah. This is very funny. Because everyone is saying they could see you and hear you.
No, I can't tell you how many times on campus they're like, this is our president also, he'd be like, to our African American faculty.
They always have to like enunciate it.
Students, we hear you and we see you. We won't do anything about the systemic underlying racism on campus though. But
right. But we will say African American with very, very clear pronunciation. Latasha, this is why we're soulmates, because I literally was going to say that. Girl. Yeah, Flavor of Love is the last Bachelor type dating show that I've watched. And I mean, how could you not? And I'm still sorry on behalf of white poor people everywhere about pumpkin spitting. I don't understand why white people spit. It's disgusting. I've just like, every time I see a white person spit, I'm like, you're a hateful, racist person and you're gross. And you're fucking nasty. I don't understand why white people spit all the time, and it makes me very embarrassed.
Oh my god, Keeping Up with the Kardashians, y'all. Okay, there are enough poor teenage girls struggling with body dysmorphia. We do not need Keeping Up with the Kardashians anymore. Dude. That shit. Oh my fucking god.
Actually, I haven't watched I Love New York, but I would love to. I love her memes. I'm a big fan of her memes. Yeah, the Kardashians are like a whole new level of, they're like walking Instagram filters. Like, I don't know how girls and like people are growing up in this environment. I really don't. I mean, they're literally like constructed people. Like, do you know what I'm saying? They're like
Yeah.
walking like photoshopped versions of people, but like in real life.
I don't know, like high school is hard enough, like, and being a teenage girl, like you already feel shit about
Yeah.
yourself in 24/7. And then you see like Kylie Jenner, who's literally like 1 year older than me, and she looks like she's fucking like 30, and you're like,
82.
what? I'm like, oh my
Well,
god,
and you
dude.
just see them go from like an average looking person to like, this like, to me, they're like setting they're like the new Barbie doll.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they're like people, like they're literally creating not just like a trend of beauty, but they're literally shaping how people look.
Yeah.
That is bonkers to me. Like, I don't know that we've ever actually had that level of influence before where you can go get plastic surgery to literally look just like this other person rather than like, oh, this feature is trending or like this hairstyle is trending or what this general kind of vibe is trending. It's like, no, this face is trending, this butt is trending. I don't I don't know how people are doing it. I was so susceptible to that shit when I was younger. Just like mostly from like an eating disorder perspective, but like and I mean, I had the unfortunate experience of like having my real like formative years during like heroin chic
Yeah.
trend, so that didn't help at all, but now it's like it's even more unattainable if you're not wealthy. Like how yeah.
God, that's so real. Yeah, I just remember being like, yeah, like literally like crying, wishing that I was white, like as a kid, because I was
Makes me so
just
sad.
so like, I just wanted to look
Yeah.
like all these like other girls and stuff like that, and just, I don't know. I just know for me, like also being a minority among like white girls and stuff like that, how just shitty I felt about myself. And like, I can't imagine now with like growing up with people like the Kardashians and like the Jenners and stuff. Like, I don't know. I just really wish girls had better role models at that age. It's really sad, but I don't know. It social media and like influencer culture, it's so complicated because there are so many wonderful things about it, but there's
Yeah.
so many
I
bad.
know. I know. I struggle with that all the time as someone who kind of like has to be on social media, but I'm really interrogating that and like where do I want to be on social media and what benefits me. Um but yeah, it's like I mean, I'm like I go on my Instagram and it's fucking great. I'm following like all these queer ass anarchists, like fucking everyone's like blowing everything up kind of people and it's wonderful. But so that's great. But then at the same time, I'm watching ads for shit that I really want. Like those Instagram ads, that's like some CIA shit. That's like some kind of fucking government program because that stuff is too good. It's like exactly like every ad is like, yes, I really do want that. And then that's not even me being exposed to the stuff that most people are exposed to. Like, that's not me. Like, I have friends who follow like celebrity accounts or whatever. Not even in like a super mainstream way, but I'm like, fuck, like the second, even on that, what is it, the home like discovery page,
Yeah, yeah.
even that starts to fuck me up a little bit because that's where I will be shown stuff that I don't normally see in my feed, and I'm just like, oh god. Like I start seeing like models and just people with like whatever, and I'm like, ugh, I'm a troll. I'm an old troll who lives in a little dungeon. And then I'm like, I don't, what the fuck? Like I've been on this thing for 5 seconds. Ooh, I have not watched the Paris Hilton documentary. Have you?
I
That is
have
a
not.
question.
Oh.
We should have a watch party.
Oh yes, more watch parties. Yes.
Now, I have not been able to figure out. We could do it through Discord, maybe. Oh, so you were talking. I didn't want to interrupt you, but yes, we do have a Discord now for Pink Spots because I really missed hanging out with everyone. I had put the link in the comments before. I'm putting it again. I'll start putting it wherever. I don't like that I think it's posting out to other places. That's fine. Anyway, that would be a really fun watch party.
Yes, definitely.
I didn't even know that was out.
Everyone's like, watch party! Yes.
I have to say, I kind of love Paris Hilton. I'm not saying she's a good person. I'm just saying I respect the game. Like, because she was like the precursor to the Kardashians.
She was,
in a big way. You know, like, she actually did, like, again, not necessarily for good, but like it didn't end up being a good thing, but she like figured out how to do what she did, and like she was the first person to do it. And I'm like, you know what, girl? And she does that thing where she pretends to be dumb, but I'm like, you're very smart. At least you're very smart at like this thing, like you know what you're doing. Also, highly problematic, but The Simple Life, still one of my favorite.
Is that a TV show?
Oh, yes, you would love it. It came out, I think, in the 90s, and it was her and Nicole Richie, Paris Hilton and Nicole Richie, going around and just being absolute fucking assholes to everybody. So they supposedly left all their credit cards and money behind, and then they would go live with a family in like a rural ass like Midwest area, and they would have to do jobs to like make money. So these bitches would go work at like a fast food restaurant. They would do like, they'd have to like clean out a stable. They would do all this stuff, and then all they would ever do is just like shenanigans. Like they would just be like, ew, gross, and they wouldn't like actually do the job. They would just fuck everything up, and then they would giggle and act all cute and like get out of trouble just by being cute. It was great. There are so many iconic and quotable moments from that show. It's like too hard to even capture them all.
Everett saying early 2000s, not the 90s. LOL.
Everything's the 90s. All right, fair. I don't know when anything happened, and I should be able to know because I graduated in 99, so you think like my brain would know, was this during high school or after high school,
But see, being ancient, like, you lose track of time, so...
When you're thinking in centuries,
I mean...
It all starts to blur together.
Everything's relative at that point, honestly.
Yeah. Anyway, well, early 2000s even better. It's so iconic, early 2000s, too. Like, the clothes that they would wear. Oh my God. So good.
So I don't know if anybody else, I mean, obviously this has been super hype lately. Has anyone else watched Bridgerton on Netflix?
Girl, I have so many thoughts.
I have so many thoughts. First of all, Simon the Duke, Jesus fucking Christ, that man is so goddamn hot.
He can get it.
Okay, there's one thing. It's one thing to be like a good-looking person, like that's one thing. But to know how to work that shit is like a whole nother level. Like those fucking like looks he would give and the smolder. I was like, he knows what he is doing. Oh my God.
This is true. That man knows how to work his angles. He knows how to smize. Yeah, I was like, thank you. Do we all see, and I'm waiting for your final review and analysis, but whether or not a rom-com situation, a romedy, whatever you want to call it, is good or bad, do we see how much better it is when we're not being asked to look at a mediocre white dude who looks like a glass of milk, just like standing there in the frame? Do we see how much better it is when we have someone who's actually interesting to look at?
Yes. Oh my God. Overall, I really enjoyed the show. I thought it was really great. I watched like a lot of like background stuff on it, and I thought the costumes were gorgeous. I I also thought too that like I think the casting was really good, because I think so. The actress who played Daphne, like the like the main character, she I think they did a really good job with her because she was kind of like age ambiguous. If you like look at her, like she does look young. So like in real life, I think she's like 25, so she's like she does have that like younger look, which like obviously if you're thinking about the time period, like she would have gotten married like fairly young, but she does also look like a little bit older, and I thought the two of them had so much chemistry. Oh my god. Like I don't know. I tend to feel oftentimes with like rom-coms or like romance kind of stuff, if they do like diverse casting, so if they get like a white character and then like another character of color, that they just like force it just to be like, "Ooh, we're going to get diversity points." And like they
Yeah.
don't actually have any like on-screen chemistry. But like these two, oh my goodness. I mean, just wow. That's what I was really blown away by, was like how the oh man. I mean, at a certain point, it just became like period piece porn, but whatever, it's fine.
It really did. That was one of my complaints, I get. It's like I just felt that the sex scenes were tonally very off from the rest of it. So I'm like, I'm not objecting to having sex scenes in general, but it felt very boilerplate, like romedy, you know, drama rom com situation, um, where it's like these ridiculous situations and misunderstandings, whatever, and then there would just be like pretty explicit sex, like to me out of nowhere, and it just felt like naughty, but not in a good way, in a sense, where I was like, oh, this just feels like a little off to me. But at the same time, they were well filmed, so kudos to them. And I agree, I felt like the two people had really good chemistry. Because I think part of it for me is like, I have seen so many where the two leads don't have any chemistry. And when they finally kiss at the end, I'm like, oh, no! Like, I don't want to see it. So it was weird to see in this genre two people who had really good chemistry and then see them like fucking. And I was like, whoa, I was not expecting this. Um, I think I agree. I mean, I watched the whole thing in one sitting, so like clearly I enjoyed it. I did have a really hard time with, and this might even be ironic because I know it was a Shondaland production, but I had a really hard time with like the post-racial setting that
Yes,
still
yes, yes.
included misogyny and ableism, and I was like, "What are you
Yes.
doing? What are you doing?"
When I first started it, first of all, I was like, okay, this is like new. But I kind of thought that it was like, okay, maybe this is just like some alternative universe where like race is just not a thing. Which I was like, okay, I can
Yeah,
suspend reality and kind of whatever. So just like, there was just like whatever. There's just like people of like, different backgrounds and ethnicities, and they just like exist in different positions, and that's just how it is. Which is like, okay, that's fine. But then there was like that, and sorry, like spoilers, but like there was like that part in the middle where that his like mentor or whatever, she was kind of like um yeah, like when the queen got married to the king, that's how like basically all of these like black people ended up getting into like gentry royalty positions and stuff like that. And then I was like, wait. So this feels like it all
that
happened.
line, that scene, I was like, did they really? I was like, oh no, oh no.
I was like, so you mean this happened pretty recently, right? And so everybody just happens to seem like totally fine with like, yeah, the people who just like used to be slaves and servants are now like dukes, no big deal. And I
Yeah,
was
it's
like,
fine.
and then
Well,
just like
and I
never
also
mentioned
was like, what are
it.
you saying? Because you're saying that a white guy fell in love with a black woman who, according to what you're telling us, would have had to be this like lower class, either servant or maybe even an enslaved person. And so, how consensual was their marriage? And that solved racism, like racism just went away because of that, I was like, whoa, like that is like really not a cool kind of thing to put out there. And then I'm like, also, it's just inconsistent because that's also this problem with like diversity casting when you're just throwing around this weird stuff is like then we had to spend a lot of the show watching her tell what was her name? Girl, if
So
she
he
was like a
dance,
glass of water to me, I'm like, I don't even, what are you? Like, she just was so,
Lady
she was
Dansbury,
fine.
I think maybe that was her name.
What was her fucking name? Anyway, the main character, we had to watch her so often telling this black man who seemingly, from what he said, had experienced like very extreme systemic racism in his life that like he didn't understand what women go through. And it was just like such like white feminism to me. But I'm like, but this is like a Shondaland production. I'm
Oh,
confused.
you mean the main character, like Daphne, like the
Daphne,
yeah,
yes.
okay, okay, yeah,
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 like, well, and I mean other characters too, obviously, but it just seemed like such a big point of the film was like women were very oppressed during this time, and it's like, yes, but also you're pretending. I don't know, it's just this weird, like, liberal thing of like, we don't want to deal with racism because that's too depressing, so we're gonna just deal with sexism and we're gonna make racism solved by this marriage. And it just was really weird to me. I was like, this just feels like a white woman's excuse to just want to yell at men about misogyny for the whole
mm-hmm.
time.
Yes, I
Ugh,
was
it just
very,
was weird.
I was very confused. Another thing too was like the whole Marina situation. I felt for her so hard. Like that
Mm-hmm.
poor girl. Also, it was weird because like I felt like all the black women who were like main-ish characters had like really tragic backstories, which I was like,
Yeah.
okay. But I, I don't know. Like that whole situation was like really kind of dark. And then Penelope like basically outed her to the
Yeah.
entire town, which was like felt very violent. But we were supposed to be like, well, it's okay because she eventually was going to be like taking care. I don't know, like that whole situation just felt very like I get that, like because it was kind of shitty for Marina to be like, oh, like Colin doesn't see you as like a woman he'd want to spend the rest of his life. He sees like a sister, and he sees me as like a wife and like basically like a sensual kind of
Mm.
creature. And so, like, I mean, obviously that was really shitty, but for her to just be like, Marina's pregnant to like everybody was like, ooh,
Yeah,
okay.
Penelope's entire storyline, I hated it. I hated it with a fury because I was like, we're supposed to, again, this is what I'm saying. It's like, we're supposed to think this is post racial, and yet every other type of oppression exists, but not racism, but everything else. So, like, we have the fucking endless dialogues and monologues and diatribes and all of the other kinds of speeches you can do about women being oppressed and not having the same options and blah, 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 blah. And I was like, oh my God, okay, we get it. But then, like, we're supposed to see someone like Penelope and be like, oh, she's a little chubby, so no one will ever love her, and she just has to stand in the back of the room, and clearly this guy doesn't like her, and blah, blah, blah. And, like, that already was just, like, uninteresting to me, you know, because I thought the twist was going to be that he did like her because they
Yes.
seemed to have really good chemistry. And I was like, oh, this is going to be cute. Like, she's going to think no one would like her, but like he does like her because he knows her and he thinks she's cute. That didn't happen. And then she ends up being like this loser fat girl who just does shitty things and is super resentful and controlling and manipulative of like the pretty girl who like took her love interest even though he had no interest in her whatsoever. Like when she flat out tells her like don't go with him because I like him, I was like, girl, you are being. This is gross. Like, what are you gonna cockblock everyone for him until he finally like has to be with you? And it just felt to me like such a gross, like, you know, that's how people look at quote unquote unattractive people. Like people who are not conventionally attractive is they always think they're these fucking losers who like just have to like sit and mule and just be pathetic and whatever. And it's like, I don't really get the point of this storyline. And then yeah, on top of that, it was like I at least really liked her relationship with what was the girl's name?
Marina.
Marina. I really liked her relationship with Marina. And then that got blown up and was very violent and not a good look. And I was like, this is I don't understand. Like this seems like fat phobic, but trying to get away like it was almost like they were trying to be like, oh, like we're showing that there's fat phobia, but it's like, no, you're being fat phobic with this character.
Yes, yes. And I similarly got like really bad vibes. I thought I actually kind of had some problems with Eloise, like her character, because like I understood that
Me
she
too.
wanted to be very like independent and wanted to be like educated and like didn't want to get married and like all that stuff. Like I got that. But it was really frustrating because I felt like she was constantly shitting on Daphne for being like more, wanting to like get married and like have a family and all that stuff. And like I was really hoping that in the show there would kind of be a moment with like the sisters where Daphne was like, look, I'm proud of you that this is what you want for your life and like you can do whatever you want because like you're a fucking Bridgerton. But also like stop shitting on me just because this is what I want to do with my life. Like it just felt
Yeah.
like Eloise's character felt very like second wave feminist, like anything that's
Yes.
like typically feminine, just like that's gross and that's bad. And like I don't know. I didn't really like I think they were trying to make Eloise like a progressive character and they ended up just making her like kind of toxic and like a little shitty,
I
and
totally agree.
I don't know. I didn't really get like a good vibe from her. And like clearly like Penelope would be like in distress and in despair and she'd be like, I wonder who Lady Whistledown is. And I'm like,
The whole Lady Whistledown thing, I was like, shut up. Like, everyone just stop. I have to say, I was so fatigued by the names of the show. Like, Bridgerton, if I never hear that word again, I will be so happy. Whistledown, and then there was like the Featherbottoms and like the Hufflepuffs and like all of these people. And I'm like, this is so labored. Like, everything about this is so labored. But I'm really glad you brought Eloise up because I agree. Like, first of all, there was so much queer baiting in this show. I was pissed off about that. I was like, at least two of these characters are definitely fucking gay. I don't know what you think you're doing here. Eloise, clearly a lesbian. Like, we all know this.
I thought Benedict was definitely bisexual.
Girl, he was so fucking bisexual.
I
He
really
was so. First of all, he was gay first, but then I was like, okay, bisexual, I'm into it. And then because the way he was eye fucking that rich dude or that like
yes.
art dude, I was
Yes.
like, oh yes. And I thought the whole thing about him being an artist was gonna end up being because it's like I thought they were like doing a thing where it's like, oh, you think his like life that he wants to live is he wants to be an artist, but really it's that he's gay or bisexual. And I was like, I'm here for this. And then he was like fucking those two women and he walked in on the guy and I was like, okay, maybe this is his moment where he's like, oh, I can actually like do that, you know? And then at the end, he was like, no homo, bro, but like, I'm cool with it. I'm an ally. And I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. What the fuck? And his whole deep, dark, like, secret, like, life that he wanted to live is to, like, be with the shop woman. And I'm like, this is such bullshit. It is 2020 at the time, year of our Lord, 2021. You're not going to do this shit to us anymore. No more queer baiting.
Yes, I really did think actually that Eloise was in love with Penelope. Like
Yes, I did too.
I thought that was gonna be the whole thing that
And I
like
was like,
Penelope was in
oh,
love with
this is going to be
Oliver.
like a whole,
Yeah, and
yeah.
I was like, what? But then she's like,
It's like,
so
okay.
obsessed with figuring out who Lady Whistledown is, and I was just like, please shut up.
Oh my god. And yes, anyway, I was going to say with Eloise, the only time I actually really liked Daphne, I didn't hate Daphne, but I was just kind of like, you're a thing that's happening. I don't have much feelings towards you one way or another. Um, was when she was talking to Eloise and pushing back because I thought it was interesting that she's like, you're judging me, but like I am doing this for the family. Like what I do is not just for me. It's like I am setting the family up. Like if I do well, you will do well. If I do well, you will have more options for what you do in the future. Like I'm actually helping you to have more of these options that you want to have. And I was like, that's a really fucking good point. And then I feel like it just didn't go anywhere. It was just kind of weird that I'm like, she's making like really good points. And I feel like the show just didn't do anything with that. That like, yeah, she was like she had this responsibility, but it happened to be a responsibility that she was happy to take on, you know. And like, what does that mean for feminism? I'm like, that's kind of an interesting question. If you like are bearing this burden, because that was so much of the show too, right, is like family obligation and what, and like class and stuff, and like what does that mean for your own individual choices. And so I'm like, this is kind of interesting. Like it's sort of again the second wave feminism argument, right? Like, is it not feminist to wear makeup? Is it not feminist to be a mom? Is it not feminist to, you know, be a housewife? And I thought that's kind of where they were going for it, is like, what if your position of obligation as a woman was one that you were actually like very happy to fulfill? And, you know, then you have this tension with your sister who feels the opposite. And I'm like, that's cool. And then it just didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, at one point, like in the very last episode with the ball, Eloise was like, "Thank you for being so perfect so that I don't have to be." And at first, I thought that came out very condescendingly,
Yes.
but then she was just like, "You're welcome." Like, I don't know. I just like I never saw Daphne shit on like anybody. Like, she never was like, "You're bad for doing this thing," but then everybody was constantly shitting on Daphne for like her life. Like she literally told Eloise, she was like, "You can just like go chill in my library if you want. Like you don't even have to be."
No, and that's what I mean. And I thought like that would be kind of a cool, it's like they kind of got there but not really. I thought like that would be a cool thing to show show Eloise actually experience some freedom that she had because of Daphne's choices, and finally be like, oh shit, like my sister took this on not just for herself, but like she literally did this for our family, and now I understand, and now I feel like, now I feel bad, and now I can connect with her in a more authentic way. But yeah, it just was kind of like very condescending at the end, and you're like, girl, I don't think you get it. I still don't think you get it. Because first Daphne wanted to get married and she was all into it, but like she ended up having to have her heart broken and play all these different games, and you know, just she really did like put what was best for her family first in all cases. And yeah, I just feel like she didn't get any real resolution for that.
Mm-hmm.
Although she could have married a prince.
I mean, that's true.
He was cute too. I mean, he's no Simon, don't get me wrong, but yeah, he was cute.
Yes. Natasha, thank you.
I am dying.
I swear to God, I was literally saying that. I was like, if this hot as fuck dude was just like, I just want to fuck your brains out 24/7 and not have kids, I would be like,
just I'm gonna eat you out on the stairs, apparently make you come from that. I'm gonna teach you how to explore your body. I'm gonna like tell you what's gonna happen. Like even the sex scenes, I do have to say, they weren't like perfect for consent and stuff, but they were pretty damn good. Like how many other sex scenes have you seen where a guy's like, this is what's gonna happen, and like, have you done this, and like, talk to me about that? Like I was like, this is good, we're getting there.
Like, yeah, I have never heard masturbation be explained in such a sexy way. Oh my God.
Thank you. And, like, you know, I am grossed out by the ruffian, manslut, virgin dynamic just because of, you know, things. But I was like, this is cool. I feel like they handled it overall pretty well. And yeah, I like that before they even got together, he gave her some like agency to explore her own sexuality. And I'm like, that's pretty rad.
I thought her reaction though was so funny when like with their wedding night, she's like, I need you closer. And he's like, okay. So like, that's like code for like, it's time to
Mhm.
fuck. And he like takes off his pants and she just like gasps because she sees him like totally naked. I'm like, I was like,
Yeah, that scene was weird. Like the way it was filmed, because he was on top of her and then he was like almost all the way, I mean, I'm exaggerating, but he's like almost all the way across the room, just with like his dick out, just looking at her. And I was like, this is kind of weird.
I was just like, I
Uh,
don't know, like, what are we shocked at? Like, I mean, is she shocked because she's never seen like an erection before? Is she
yeah.
surprised? Like, I don't
Like,
know.
does
I
she
just,
not know dicks were a thing? Because this show went to ridiculous lengths to let us know that she knows nothing about sex. This was honestly 50 Shades of Grey period piece. This is what this was. But yeah, so yeah, that scene when she was looking at him, I'm like, did she not know what a dick was? Because I'm thinking she may have not known that like guys have, well, you know, in a cis way, guys have dicks, and like she's literally like, I'm not sure what's gonna happen there. It was so weird. Or I'm like, is it because it's, you know, nice? We don't know.
I was very also like kind of disappointed. Like the scene like on her wedding day, like when her mom pulls her aside and is like, things are going to happen on your wedding night, and she's just like, what? And I just felt like it was just so weird and cringy. And then too, like later on, Daphne was like, why the fuck couldn't you just tell me what sex was? Like, why were you just not
That
honest?
was a good scene.
And they didn't explore that at all. The mom was just like,
I know.
I was like, yes, let's talk about like why girls are like so uneducated when it comes to sex and like how that is actually kind of like counterproductive.
Right. Yeah, it was like, okay, you introduce a thing that is interesting. Still, don't go. It was like a plot device rather than an actual theme that they explored. And I thought that was annoying. Because I don't know a lot about the upper class of those times. But I find it very hard to believe that they actually didn't know how you get pregnant. Maybe it's true. I just always think of older times as being like bodier, like the word body, you know, like people being like more raucous and like I don't know, like more naughty and people just knowing stuff. And I'm like, okay, maybe they were so secluded that they literally don't know how babies are made or how sex works. But it just felt a little off to me.
Shit
And
to
then, yes, like
servant to tell her
yelling at her mom, I was like, this is a great conversation. Like, this is great that she's like, you didn't tell me what I needed to know, you know? And if I had known these things, I could have made better choices for myself and advocated for myself better. And I was like, this is a great conversation. And then, yeah, just, especially since her mom has supposedly such a great relationship with her father and they like had a great sex life and everything, it's like, why wouldn't she have talked to her about it?
her servant literally like her servant maid had to be the one to tell her. And like it was just so funny because like like apparently like with the whole like wildest dreams montage, like they were fucking a lot. Like that's what we're
Yeah.
supposed to draw from that, like a lot. And then like that one time he just like takes her in his office like on his desk, and then he basically like comes on this like napkin just like laying around, and she's just staring at it, and she like barges into her servant's quarter and was like, tell me what sex is and don't leave out any details. And I'm like, you mean all those times that he like pulled out, you just never, it never just
That
nothing.
whole storyline was just so weird. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, it seemed that it was supposed to connect to a larger theme, which I guess was like ignorance around how sex works, but the whole thing was just so contrived. Like, okay, this is my point. This is where things are contrived. So she doesn't know how babies are made. So when he said, right, we're supposed to understand this. She doesn't know what masturbation is. She doesn't know what sex is. She doesn't know how people get pregnant. She doesn't know. And we're not supposed to see her as like a 14 or 15-year-old. Okay. So anyway, but she knows enough that when he says, I can't have children, she thinks maybe he can't have sex. Do you
Right.
see what I'm saying? Like, what? So yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know. It's just the whole thing was weird. Like, we just never knew what she was supposed to know and understand about how things worked. And I just found that really annoying. And then I just felt the whole thing was, like, because she was also slut shaming him, right, when they met for so long. So it's like, well, so you know that he's been having sex with a lot of people. I don't know. It's just so weird. So she's like having all these, like, she's so upset that they might not be able to have sex, but it's like, but you know that he's been having sex. And you don't know how babies are made, but you also know babies are connected to sex. Like, it just was very contrived. And I just thought it was like one dramatic plot point too many. Like, they could have just smoothed it all out by him being like, I don't want to carry on my father's name, so like I refuse to have children. And then they still could have grappled with like if she was going to be okay with that without all this like ridiculousness.
Yeah, it
But
was.
you know, hats off to a man who can pull out properly. It's a skill.
Okay, but like seriously though, if we're like that's like another thing. I was like, sweetheart, how long do you think pull-out method's gonna work? Like,
Well, that's the thing is that, like, yeah, this show made it seem like pulling out is like 100% effective because not only did it work for them, but it worked for him again, like having been very sexually active his whole life, like his whole adult life. So it's like, that's a little irresponsible. And for a show that has this main theme, supposedly, of it being dangerous to not talk about sex and explain how sex works, I'm like, and you're also out here representing pulling out as like this foolproof thing that you can do. Not great. So anyway, highly watchable, also pretty problematic, and that's life.
it is really entertaining, and there are parts that are like 1000% swoon worthy. So like, don't get me
Mm-hmm.
wrong, but yeah, there's just stuff where like it's like more like after you watch it, you're like, well, that was kind of a little problematic, maybe. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Koch, I am considering making a video about it. I think I'm going to focus mostly on the post-racial dynamic of saying like how we can't really have post-racial but also have all these other oppressions. It doesn't really make any sense. Um, so we'll see. Because like, so they're saying, this is what I'm going to say before too, like they're saying that racism was solved by this marriage of the king to this woman, but sexism wasn't solved by the same marriage. You know what I mean? To me, it's just like very dismissive of like black issues and racism. Of like, oh, just one person fetishizing you and marrying you is enough to make like this problem go away. But sexism, though, that's a tougher cookie to crack. Because I think it was Latasha that said, like, I mean, take it with a white ass grain of salt, but like, I'm all for like a post-racial setting. I think that that's cool. I think we need stuff that sometimes explores like a fun world where that's not a problem. But it just felt like because they put so much emphasis on these other oppressions that still occur, it made it like weird and problematic.
I would have been fine too if they just like basically pretended that like racism just kind of wasn't a thing. Like they just never had addressed it in that way. It's just like, yeah,
Yeah,
they're just different
exactly.
people of different ethnicities and they're in different positions and like that's just how life is. I've been like, okay, sure, like why the hell not? But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. It was just very strange. And yeah, and I felt the whole situation with him being like, I can't give you children. That definitely makes it sound like you like physically can't have kids, not like
Mm-hmm.
I made a vow to my dying father that I will not carry on his lineage, which I was just like I don't know, like also like okay, I'm sorry your dad was shitty, but that doesn't mean you don't have to like I just feel like that was a weird reason and he never really
It
kind
was
of
very
explained it.
weird. It was very weird. And it's like, so are you winning or is your dad winning by you ruining your life and your happiness to keep this pledge that you made to him? Because I think it's your dad. I think he's the one who's winning in this situation. but it was still fun.
It was a really
I
good
still
show.
I still had a good time. I could rip it apart, but I did have a good time. I was like, this is when I was watching, I'm like, this is highly watchable. Like I'm sitting here letting the next episode go and go. But
Yeah, it definitely was entertaining. Just after you think about it for a while, you're like, that's kind of problematic, but you know.
yeah. And just I think my big problem too is yeah, just how many times it was like that old contrivance of oh, there's a misunderstanding and how something was phrased, or like just two people sit down and have a conversation, everything will be fine. Because there was so much other drama. Like there was like actual. I will give them credit. They came up with like legitimate drama to keep them apart. So when they had the like misunderstanding type drama, it just was like y'all are better than this. Because I think all the stuff in the beginning with like the prince was a legitimate thing, right? Like this is someone who could elevate her family even more, and this other guy's being like dodgy, you know, like he's being non-committal. So it's like this guy is here and he's nice and he's handsome and he's a prince and he's like ready to put a ring on it. I was like, that's good. Like they came up with like a legitimate thing. I think her almost getting married off to that gross guy was good because you really did feel the pressure of like the her brother. Her brother.
Anthony, oh my god, that guy.
I thought I was done and then I remembered him. First of all, there were some very incestual vibes. Did you pick up on that?
Yes.
I was like, I think he wants to fuck the shit out of his sister.
Okay.
And I don't know if the actors had chemistry or what was going on, but I'm like, sir, you're grossing me out.
The first episode when he was basically blocking her from dancing with like any guy, he's like, that guy's not good, that's not good. I was like, oh no, is this some creepy like brothers in love with his sister kind of shit? Like, oh god. Like yeah, that's what I thought. But then he just
I was waiting for it.
He was so weird because basically, so that's what I first thought, was that he was like weirdly in love with Daphne. Then it was like, oh, well no, I'm basically like, I'm her brother, so I'm like weirdly protective of her. And then her mom had to come in and be like, you need to start acting more like the man of the house, but like I'm still your mother, so like let me be in charge of Daphne's like dating life. And I was like, this just what is happening here?
So weird. I'm like, what is the point here? What kind of yeah, she kind of like man shamed him. You know, she kind of like did this like toxic masculinity, like be a man. Like at one point she's like, your father would have had her like married off by now, and I was like, ew.
I know,
that's like, not like what we're going for. Like your dad would have come in and would have already had her like married off to someone. I'm like, gross.
And then he picks the literal worst possible guy and is like, you're gonna marry him.
Yeah. The literal worst guy.
Literal worst.
And I know see, this is my problem too, is I just think that I have an issue with things that are too dramatic, which is like clearly the genre. So I always have to be like, is this a fair criticism? But I do think her like being a diamond and then falling so quickly over such like a ridiculous thing just seemed silly to me. I was like, I feel like they're kind of like, I did like the or like arranged marriage to that gross guy. Like I thought that in and of itself was good drama, but the build up to like why we got there I thought was pretty ridiculous.
And also knowing that Penelope was Lady Whistledown, that just made me go back and be like, but Penelope knew what was going on because Eloise was like her best friend. So why was she writing all this like random shit about like the Bridgerton?
Because she's a petty ass fat girl, because fat people are just the fucking worst. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, it just makes her seem like this little fucking loser, and it's like, oh, ugly girls just are mean, you know, like, they just whatever. And I'm like, this is such a bad representation. Because again, like, it feels almost like a J.K. Rowling reveal of like, oh, this person was this person the whole time. And it's like, that doesn't even make sense. Like, that adds nothing to the story. That's how I felt when they revealed that Penelope was this person. And I'm like, great, that just made the whole story worse.
I know.
Congrats. Like, I think it was supposed to be shocking and like, ooh, but it was like, you just made the show worse. Like, that is a terrible ending. Because, yeah, that's like she's fucking with her best friend's, like, family's prospects. That's really fucked up. And also the guy she's in love with's family's prospects.
Yeah, and actually her own sisters too, because like by talking about how Marina was pregnant, that made like her family look bad, so that infected like her other sisters like marriage prospects as well. Like it just, I don't know, like I thought, yeah, I thought basically Penelope, like her whole character was to be like, see what happens when you're unhappily in love and you have unrequited love, like you just turn into a bitch. And I'm like,
a bitch like me. It was like, this is a weird point to make, but sure. All right, well, oh my god. Okay, so we gave you 5 more minutes 12 times.
we did.
Math. I had to really think about it though. I was like, I'm starving. You probably need to go home and do some self-care. But I wanted to say thank you. This was so fun. I knew this was going to be great. I had no doubts.
Yay! Thank you to everybody who joined and stayed for 4 hours.
It's ridiculous. I still don't understand. Every time I do one of these, I'm like, someday I'm just going to look up and there's going to be 0 people here because, like, who would want to hang out for this long? But y'all are here.
I mean, we are a fun crowd, though.
We are, and you all are very fun. Yeah, so you're welcome back anytime. And you're my friend, so I don't need to say goodbye to you like I normally do to other people. So yeah, we're gonna go. Yes, next week is supposed to be Christopher Sebastian, so stay tuned for that. I'm very excited. I've been trying to get him on one of my shows for many years. And join the Discord. And that's it. Just, I love you. Take care of yourself. All right, I'm going to end this, but you and I will still be in the studio together so we can say goodbye.
Okay, sounds good. Bye, everybody.
Bye.